I call that second day of our budget session to order. We'll begin with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I thought we should begin maybe with the solid waste.
Sounds good.
Since Randy's here. And so I would invite Randy to,
I just have a few things I want to say,
Okay.
and then I'll get out of here. I don't intend to
Okay.
stay today with you.
all right.
Where do you want me to go to?
Come up here. Come right up here or here. Probably right here. You can sit over here and I can scoot.
I'm not gonna stand. I guess you can. You'll pick me up standing?
I think so.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
One reason that I asked to be on here this morning, and it all comes back to last night's commissioners meeting we went through. Steve Howe comes in, tells us that the air conditioner has crapped completely out at the North Station for the ambulance service. He has no money to fix it. We thought maybe we had funds in the courthouse where we could go ahead and fix it. Chris went over and looked it up, and then he found that that's the account that Greg Hendershot regularly uses for all kinds of incidental different items, and that's what keeps the courthouse operating. And we didn't have sufficient money in there either to fix that air conditioner. So our discussion went forward, and we had set aside $125,000 out of our edit budget for 23, and we're doing it again in 24 for fixing county maintenance issues on our property and buildings. And we had that little discussion, and one thing that we have never done is set up an actual fund that reflects the fact that we put $125,000 in that annually. And we talked about it, and we decided we need to establish that fund, because what happens is if Chris takes a look at the edit funds, it looks like, wow, there's a lot of money in there. In reality, $250,000 after the end of this year should be set aside for maintenance, because that's what our edit plan has. So we talked about that. And with that thought, I know you guys are looking for money. The solid waste is an evolving problem. Things, it's not very well ran. There's not a trash organization that I'm aware of that doesn't compact their trash other than Perry County Solid Waste account. And they don't do it, they haul it loose. So we have to spend some money to get that place efficient, and then our costs will come down. After last night, what we went through, I thought we currently have been getting substantial money through interest. That will change because interest rates are going to go down, and our ARP money, which is throwing quite a bit of interest in, is going to be dispersed. We will no longer be able to do it. But there is money that has been collected in 23 and 24. If we can set another fund up like the edit, which I think we need to do, and say it's an interest account, and then the solid waste would utilize that funding to buy the equipment they need. And then I think as time goes on, 25, 26, 27, there will be sufficient interest money, as long as we manage our money well, that will provide sufficient subsidies to run the solid waste. In essence, then what that does is it takes solid waste out of your budget and out of your need to fund it through general or wherever else you come to. That'll free you up some dollars for other use in other places. To try to put the $45, we still has always been the struggle. How do you determine who pays $45, who doesn't, who pays multitudes of $45? You try to shift it over to the real estate, you end up finding yourself charging a farmer substantially more money because he owns ground. And is that fair? And it just takes that issue away from us. It's money that we're actually getting through investing our other funds wisely, and then it's everybody in the county benefits from it. We utilize that money to fund it, and it takes some of the pressure off your budget. I thought about that last night, and I thought I want to share that. So it's a thought. You guys can work on it, whatever you want to do, but I just wanted to throw it out there.
Thank you.
I'll get out of here.
That
Unless somebody's got a question.
$25,000 set aside for this year, that's in the regular edit.
Yes,
Right out in-
Yeah.
in the
we had
total.
talked about that because if you look at the edit fund, it's a big picture,
Right.
but it's three different pieces because within the edit
We
fund.
fund jail out of edit. We fund economic development out of edit. We fund our community crossings out of edit. That's where we get our money out of that. We set aside
Highway, yeah.
in a special legislation or a special projects this year, some funding for solid waste and also our match if we're successful getting the additional $500,000. So we have money to match it. And that's what it's for, besides the $125,000 that we pull out of it for property maintenance.
Yeah.
And that's what utilizes all of our edit. And I think we got a really good chance to get the other $500,000. So we'll utilize that for matching on that. But all of that edit money is committed for those different uses.
I always thought of that 125,000 as being for
Bigger.
major, like air
I agree.
condition maybe,
Road.
not for a light switch or something like that.
Right.
but
And
like
this is-
major.
The
maybe-
edit money, but not the general
No.
courthouse.
No,
Because
no,
I
no,
know
General
no.
courthouse is what, yeah.
That's
like-
for-
More
That,
capital.
whole ordeal on that air conditioning, that shouldn't have been the county highway's baby anyway. I know it's the county highway, building, but the county highway, that's EMS's side.
Well, but the hospital doesn't maintain that.
Well, that's
It's hooked
beside the
on-
point.
it's hooked
Neither
on-
should Steve have.
It's hooked onto the county building out there and they share, I think that Steve's meter is what they meter.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
wrong
they-
too.
They do the whole thing, but it's
It'd be
never
so
been,
much to change it over.
yeah, it's never been its
But
own
them-
entity. and never
They
funded.
should pay for that air conditioning unit, or the county should. It
Well,
shouldn't be the
then
county
you're
highway.
gonna, if you do that, then you're gonna have to dump something back into EMS or.
At the end of the day,
or
it's
whatever.
the county-owned building, and that's what that
I think
125 is
it's
for.
accidentally
So,
being
doesn't
handled right.
But,
So basically, we're gonna need to, Beth and for us to do, or whatever it is, to form another ordinance and put $125,000 into it every year.
No, 200, well,
Well,
250.
well, yeah, what
What-
what we have to do, and I think this is a commissioner thing if I'm correct, because it's finance related, and I think our finance committee is the one who brings the ordinance forward. We do that we got several areas that we need to do that, because then we earmark that, so we don't look at those balances and think, wow, there's a lot of money in there, when in reality, that's the purpose of it. It should be that maintenance fund that you have. And I agree with you, David. When he came in, he needs like $6,000. That wasn't my vision either. My vision was paving a parking lot that cost us 50 or 60,000, bigger amounts, but we don't have any money in this case to fix that. And the air conditioning, it's a heat pump out there. They're gonna have to have something so that the paramedics and the EMTs can stay. I mean, so we're kind of.
Well, I was thinking of like a boiler or something like
Yeah.
that, something.
That's with me, or a roof,
Well,
or
heating and air is pretty significant.
something bigger, but it's around $6,000 is what it'll amount to. But,
Which is not cheap
yeah,
either.
but I mean, no one set any money aside anywhere, and Steve doesn't have it in his budget, and we don't have it in the courthouse budget.
It probably does have a life of, I would think, of a number of years.
I think it was, that's, 10 or 11 years, wasn't a very good life.
No, should have been longer than that, but
Is that all the
Whatever.
older it is?
The Q cap development,
But whatever,
that's
Well,
where
let's
he's
don't take
taking
that
out.
same one.
I wanted to debate
I don't even know
this
who the
up too,
estimate was from.
so just so you guys know, when you guys look at your CUMCAP development, which is the fund that Greg thing, another thing that I've noticed is that we have a fund that's called Building Maintenance Courthouse, but we pay everything out of that. We pay the armory, we pay the county extension building, everything. So if you look, what I did was look to separate those, where you can see how much money you're spending on the courthouse, how much money you're spending on the armory, the North Annex and the South Annex. Because there's so many things, just like he was talking with the edit. So talking about both on the expenditures and the receipt side, they're not broke down enough for that. The edit, we need to break that down, kind of what we did with the pauper attorney fund, breaking that money where it's so many things go in general, but and I know that you have asked a bunch of questions, when our conversation where you can't see, okay, well, where's that money going? Well, how much are we spending on that? I think we need
Well,
to,
actually, with the county highway garage being a multi-use building,
Mhm.
that should fall into that same category.
Is that, yeah.
You know,
We
it's a
just don't have
county
a
building.
whole
I mean, whose bill is it?
But those small things, like what is small is what you're talking about. These are like larger things.
Yes, I wanna break down the cum cap to where we can see how much money we're spending on the courthouse at a glance, how much money we're spending. Cause if you guys want me to break down how much money how many expenses once we get going to, oh my gosh, I feel like we're having so much maintenance out of the courthouse, or I feel like we're having so much maintenance out of the North Annex, it's gonna have to be manually figured because it's all in one pot.
You that cum cap, are you
Misleading
budgeting over
when it
300,000
says
in there? And we don't even collect that much.
It's at 315, so yeah,
We only
Cum cap.
collect this 200 something.
266.50, yeah, so we gotta look at that. But
So see, what Greg does is he goes to the one courthouse fund, and that's,
But
if
it's
he
misleading.
needs screws, if he needs a light bulb, if he needs a whatever, that's his go-to account.
I like to be in
You know, to go buy that stuff, and we didn't realize that till Chris looked last night, and we had all those smaller items. We knew we had repaired the air conditioner there that was, around 8,000, a little more than that, and we had committed some money for Warren to finish his, coroner's expansion there out of that fund. Then we started looking at it, and we don't have enough money to meet what we've already obligated, and that's whenever we delved into the other, and that's when I kind of got the idea, we need to get that set aside, and we need to possibly do that for solid waste. If we want to do it through the interest, take the pressure off
I
your
think it's an excellent
your
idea.
college or your current dollars. That way we don't have to have a property tax or a local income tax or anything else.
It's already money
Fix
that
it.
they've already paid in, the taxpayers, it's their money anyway,
Well,
so
we
it's
just-
their interest, so
But you
Working-
could use
the
that
working
money.
man's paid in.
you could use, okay, so
that's
devil's
taxpayers.
advocate
I
here,
know,
but interest, yeah, using the interest for that is a good idea.
To be intentional and relieve.
I know, but you've added another, this is where I'm gonna be devil's advocate. You've added another responsibility. I mean, for the last year, all we've done is talk about EMS. We need to fund this, okay? So now we've added another dog in the fight with with the solid waste, you know? So you haven't even answered the first initial problem of not being able to fund. So now we're
Well,
coming.
first of all, let's go back to it. We did have a solution and nobody wanted to do it, okay? So let's talk about that first. So that's part of the problem. The second part of the problem is, well, this is actually a solution. This is taking 544,000, which I don't believe we're gonna need all this. After I hear the conversations with what's going on, I think this amount's gonna be much less eventually. Once they get all that worked through, all the bills and all the things that are owed, the debts that are owed and those type things. If we can relieve, you know, this is what we have to work with right now, 544,000. I know it's not gonna be that much. But
If
if
you know
we
it's
can
not gonna
take
be
this,
out that much, how where can we cut it?
what I'm telling you is if we set this aside and do something to where we are using that interest to fund this, it relieves that general fund, and then we can have more money for EMS or raises or whatever else, deputies or whoever all we need to be able to do that. And we're intentional with that interest money instead of it's just in the general land grab bag. I think that's a benefit to the taxpayers. I think it's an excellent idea. It's their money anyways.
When we talk about this 45P, in that, it's sort of like a tax in itself.
It
I mean, you
is a
still have
tax
the
in
citizens
itself.
paying
It's
for it.
not, but it is. It's
There is a
still
way
a
to
burden on
fund
them.
solid waste through certified shares. But that's going, that
Well,
would
here's
take
my
us,
other thing too.
tax
People use the
modification.
airport. Okay, I pay for the airport, but I don't pay for that. I don't use it. But guess what? It's on my property tax bill, so I don't know that. So solid.
Why would we not use the interest money though? I think that's a great
You could use the
idea.
interest, okay, so you could have suggested to use the interest money for any given thing. You could have suggested last year to do this to fund EMS.
I have
So
been
I'm not
asking
saying
for it
it's
to
a
be
bad
intentional.
idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying that interest money,
My idea
could
for
be
EMS
used
was
for
to
a lot
properly
of
fund it through the
things.
tax modification that everybody threw a fit about. Nobody wanted to take time to research. Most people didn't want to take time to research, so that did not happen. You're right.
did
So
not happen.
the ones that said no
But-
can help find a solution. So this is a solution. And if you don't like this, then I want to hear your solutions because I'm tired of the suggestions and then everybody's, no, don't want to do that, but has no ideas. And so that's not acceptable. Our job is to do the hard work and the research and all these things. I think personally, this interest idea is a good idea. It can relieve the general fund, it can relieve off of our general. We can set aside the money. It's not just out there in general land for a grab bag for whatever. I've said from the beginning, I want this interest to be used intentionally
I didn't say what for, I didn't have an idea, you know, there's a lot of things that are needs. And so I don't know why that's a problem. Then you don't have to send the people a $45 bill. You're paying for solid waste with their interest money that they're already paying to begin with, because we made a wise decision to switch and get higher interest rates and move banks around and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's a good thing. But if you guys don't want to do it, that's fine. We can still cut 117,000 and we'll stay where we're
For
at.
this year, or see how the interest runs down the road, and if interest rates drop, then that's something different then,
Do you know how much interest we're bringing in?
a bunch.
It is a bunch. And even if it's cut in half, it would still be enough to fund this.
But how long is that guaranteed for? I mean, as long as we don't touch that principal and rates stay up, we'll have it. But
What?
rates go down,
What's gonna happen, Paul, is we've got a lot of
We get
ARP money.
Yeah.
That we've been able to
Like
draw
$3
interest off of,
Right.
and it's being dispersed. So the amount of money we're gonna have to draw interest on is gonna get smaller, and
Right.
interest rates are gonna go down. But if we can bring the efficiencies, if we have the funding to bring efficiencies into that
This will get
operation,
lower.
the needs for
But
our
your
subsidies will
revenue
go
and-
down also.
Your revenue
We'll
and the
quit
general
hauling.
will lower
We'll
too.
cut our hauls probably
Yeah,
in
sure.
half or
But we're
better.
just being
The trash guys say they
I'm
can
not
compact it to
disagreeing.
25% of its volume if you get it into a compactor. So
But your
that's
general
one
money
trip for
is
every
going to-
board.
Lower.
What's a compactor gonna cost?
Well, it depends what you get. If you get a really good one that will take like pallets, I've seen them squeeze a metal desk right into a tube and be done with it. Those things are probably 120,000 plus. You need the tubes to hook up to the ends of them to push the waste in, and we'll need two because we'll have to be pushing, hauling, putting a new one on so we can do it. But we can actually put beds in there, we can put chairs, we can put,
We're gonna have to buy 2 compactors?
well, we're paying a fair amount out at Branchville for using Waste Management's compactor.
Yes, sir.
And what I want to do is approach Waste Management to see whether they would be interested in selling that compactor to us. And or if not, then we'd look at owning it, because the fees they charge us just seems substantially too high compared to us making the investment. And that could be a hydraulic
I'll
one
figure out where
that's
it's at.
substantially less money than the one that's the auger one that I was looking at for Hamilton. Because the auger one will take care of any of these big items that are a problem. We get a couch on the road, a bed on the road, it will compact
I
it,
looked up interest. It's
and
not
we won't
there.
have to haul
But
it.
none of them compactors are figured into this 544?
No,
You did apply for a grant.
I think
yes,
it's
I applied for a $100,000 grant to try to get one.
I need to
I don't know, I
know.
haven't heard anything back from them, but I applied for that.
But let's,
Last night you talked about dumpsters. I think it was the
Well, what
dumpster.
we have up at Camden right now is very, very small dumpsters. And how they function is they pull in with the pickup truck,
I know.
and about 5 bags of trash will fill one of those little dumpsters up. Then they take the Bobcat, bring it over, fork truck it, take it over and dump it into the open top device. Then they bring it back over, and the next guy comes in, throws 5. But so if you set up and watch them, it's almost a continuous cycle of picking up, dumping it, picking up, dumping it. And that's,
That's not what I was asking though.
okay.
I was asking, there was dumpsters at different.
like,
Oh, no,
10
this is
dumpsters.
another discovery when we finally got into our bills. Not only was it just the Branchville one was being picked up every 7 days, irregardless of whether it was full or not. And that was causing us to have excessive transportation costs. Then the other one was we have 10 dumpsters since 2008 that have been scattered throughout the community in different locations. Some of them are there, some of them are not. And we're paying in excess of $200 on average, about $2,000 a month for those, and nobody knows anything, why, how, what, and that's went on since 2008.
What's gonna happen with the ones that are not?
They're not what?
Not there. They're not there. Who's gonna pay for that?
We got some things to talk with Waste Management about, how that all came about. But we voted last night
Like to get a
to have
refund.
them picked up, because they're not, people don't even realize that the county has been paying, or the solid waste district
For
has
business.
been paying for those for years. And they don't even know, as an example, one of them's located at Fisher's Furniture. And Richard says it's not his dumpster and he doesn't know anything about it. Well, it is sitting there, but it's just sitting there. and it costs us in excess of $200 per month.
So all those things like that, adjusted, it's gonna affect this
Yes.
Oh,
budget.
yeah, we have got, the problem we have right now is you're looking at that budget and we don't have all of these details chopped out of it yet. We just like the discovery of a different, of owing $50,000 in back debt. We were cut off at the Davis County landfill. They won't take trash from us
Year
anymore.
to
We haven't paid our bill. These are all things that we're discovering as we go through the process
that's how much interest.
to see exactly where they are. So to have an anchored number today is difficult until we get through all of these issues.
And staffing will probably also change.
It will change. I will guarantee you it'll change. And what they do and how they carry out their jobs. We're monitoring now how many bags are going in at each location, how many people are visiting on those locations, so we can see how we maybe need to restructure our times and our workforce. That it takes time for us to collect the information so we can make the correct decision. So it's a work in process.
Why, since you earmarked that ARP money, why don't you use that instead of interest money?
We will, it's $23,000.
That's all that's left.
That's all that's left.
Until you see what's returned. If some people
Right,
didn't use
right,
all of it, then
Right. I think there's gonna be some returns, because as an example, the hospital was awarded $150,000, and I think they used 147, 148, something in that range. So there'd be a couple thousand there. I think maybe there's some other ones that are similar.
Oopsie. Right. So.
what,
Cleaned up.
on your part-time employees, your part-time secretary, what kind of hourly rate are they going to go to?
Well, see, that's one of our challenges too, is that the people that actually work there, if I'm gonna quote this, and I may be slightly wrong, I think our lowest paid employee is $8.56 an hour.
Which is disgraceful.
Yes. So we're gonna have to come out, they need pay increases. We've gotta sort through our people and, get their tasks correct, and then we need to pay them a fair wage.
I just don't understand how this got in the shape it's gotten into.
I agree.
How did somebody sign a contract in 2008 and put 10 dumpsters scattered in the town? That's 16 years ago.
And nobody knows.
And we weren't even aware that bill existed till we pushed Waste Management to get us an actual bill, because they kept saying, here's your statement, here's what you owe. And we didn't even have an actual bill to know what we were being billed for. We finally got one just probably a week ago. And then we see these things, the big red flag pops up. Why are we paying for 10 dumpsters scattered around the town? I don't know who made that decision, when it happened. They said it was a contract signed in 2008. We have yet to see the contract either. We're trying to get anything that supposedly a contract was signed for, to see exactly what our obligations are. So that's the problem with this process, is it's really a little vague right now.
I think at the time it was probably a good idea what we did, but it was neglected and not oversaw a period of years, till now.
Right.
And all these efficiencies have to be done now. I mean, I can see how we're actually losing money.
So why wasn't they looked into more last year, 2 years ago?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, maybe, just,
Just oversight.
Okay, Chris looked something up, thank you for looking that up. Like the interest last year, they didn't change over to the new higher interest rate until June, was it like
I think April, May.
May, and then June you got your first?
Yep.
So from June to December, if the interest was $530,328, and then so far this year, to date, what's that include?
August.
Up till through August is $830,144.40. So if we do it properly, however that is, with an ordinance or the finance committee or whoever that is. If we do that and slide some of that money over to get them up to date on their equipment, whatever the difference is that they need, get this budget more efficient, and then operate solid waste out of the interest money, get something where the interest money goes into a solid waste fund through an ordinance or however we have to do that properly, I'm not sure, we'll have to get with the state, then that's what would fund solid waste and it wouldn't come out of like this budget. So,
my question is.
The only way I would be in
Where's the
agreement
tag money gonna go?
on that.
Are we
would
gonna
be
have
is
to
if
do
we
the
took
tag money?
230,000 and put it in EMS.
Tag money, the tag income.
230,000 of what?
Interest,
The current interest?
absolutely.
Not going forward though, because you wouldn't have it. You may not
Well,
have it.
absolutely, but you're not gonna go forward with it on
That should
solid
be,
waste.
yeah, that
It's
should
one
be,
year deal.
yeah, part of
The
this
rest of
budget.
next year.
No,
You know,
no, it would be a
who's getting
reoccurring. This would be
the
set up the ordinance, the interest money would continue to go in
The
there
city.
intentionally to that.
We figure what percentage that would be.
We can always look
and
at
then-
it after,
then EMS would get the same gift.
we
Because
can always,
EMS is more important than solid waste.
well,
Without.
it wasn't important during the tax modification. I will say.
It always has been. in my book.
It's real rich to say that, but to actually do the work to
But
get it
taking
done.
370,000 plus from Tell City was wrong. Taking
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong.
2,000
Did you just hear what we pay for? Wait a minute. Do you understand how edit dollars work? They come in and then it's a pie and then it gets split. So everybody gets their portion. It's not that the county gets all of it and then we pay for all these countywide services. So what he just said, which is like courthouse security, a portion of the jail, these things, do you
understand
realize
all
the
that.
county is paying for that?
Sure.
That's not coming from Tell City, Cannleton, or Troy. It's the county's portion. So really, our edit dollars right now are screwed up, and we should be screaming from the rooftops that we're paying for things when other
Well,
people
they're
aren't.
all up there and scream. I don't agree.
Well, I don't do that. I don't do things like that. So,
I mean,
if you're concerned about that, you should be concerned about the county's portion.
yeah, the county,
taking care
should- if the county wants to redo the edit, they should do it, make a plan and do it. They shouldn't just throw it out there.
There
They
was
shouldn't
a
have
plan.
sprung.
Well,
Yeah,
There
there was a
absolutely was a
plan that was
plan.
about a
I
month old.
think I didn't
How
want
much
to get it.
research did you put into it?
I didn't
Well,
think we
was
wanted to
saying
get
That's what
into
I
this. I
that.
think
Oh, I
That's fine.
didn't think you were sent
we
anything.
needed
That's what I was
to,
told.
I was for the, and I still am for the edit, cutting, what we proposed. We needed to present it better. We needed to educate the people out in the county better.
I'll
We
let you
need
do
to
that.
have our own attorney there. And I didn't think it looked good that what we did. We needed to present it better with
Okay.
charts or
I
whatever
will let you work on that
and
next year.
educate it. I'm just telling you,
No, I'm not doing it. I did,
never said for you
David
to
and I
do
did
it.
a lot of work, and so if other people want to do that and
Yeah,
present it and present those options, that's absolutely fine. But you all said no to that, and what
You
is your
should have had
solution?
our attorney here.
What is that my job? To get him to say, make sure you're here and all these things, and then he bowed out at the last minute, so
Well,
how is that my fault? It's not my fault.
I mean,
I never
tried
said
my
He
that.
best
did.
to get him to,
He was on
Yeah.
board in the beginning, and then he bowed out
I
at the end.
understand all of that.
Good presentation, Stan.
We should have went out
Well put.
and got someone else if we could.
And I'll let you
delayed
guys
it
work on that, and you
until
can bring
we
that
had-
back to us in January, if that's what you wanna do. But
That's the problem, though.
the-
It should be a team
the
effort.
issue is-
It should be, that should not even be, I'll let you work on it. You
Okay.
guys are a team and you need
yeah,
to realize
I
that.
don't need you to
Kelly,
tell me
I can-
how to operate. I really don't need you
Well,
to tell me
Kelly, if
how to
you're gonna
operate.
speak, then other people can speak too.
That's completely fine. That's your opinion, but you're the auditor, not the council member.
Completely
So
agree.
you
Chief
do not
financial
use-
officer of this county, so
that's
thank you very
good.
much.
That's real good.
Since you happen to be also.
But what
taxpayer.
I'm trying to say is, it's fine for you to say no to something, but just to say no and then say, well, we don't have a plan, just figure it out
Well,
later. That's not an option
We see
either.
it
That's not an
differently,
option.
Kelly. We see it differently.
Okay,
We see it differently.
okay, that's
Okay.
fine, but we still are in a
I'm not-
predicament where
I
we're
never
$1.1
did
million
say I was
short.
against it. I am for redoing that,
So
but
if you guys don't want to use this interest money, that's fine. We'll just continue to try to find 118,000 to cut out of this budget, and we'll let you come up with a different plan. That's fine.
okay.
So, I mean, I think that needs to be considered because it's a benefit to everybody. I think it's a good idea, and I thank you for coming up with it.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with it, but I think that we need to do this, give the same EMS, because EMS It's a problem every year. So therefore, I think we need to give 230,000 of the interest money goes to EMS.
For what
But I
purpose?
don't
For
think we
what
need to
purpose?
write in stone that for operating expenses, same way
So
that.
for
we're
the
gonna
subsidy, not for the equipment. Do you know
We
what we
don't
need
need
for
no
equipment?
The equipment budget's fine.
It's absolutely not fine. Our equipment budget is not fine at all. If you look at the, I printed that out for you.
What kind
I-
of equipment you wanna buy?
Well, we have to replace the equipment that we just bought in so many years, and if we don't set aside money, then we've been irresponsible, and when it comes up that we need another $800,000, we don't have that either. So what are we gonna do for that emergency? We've gotta start planning better. We have, lifespan, let's see, service years, this is all things that they talked about whenever we did ARP. An ambulance is about 5 years. The Furno cots, we can get maybe 10 years out of those. Life packs are 8 years. Lucas machines are 8 years. Laryngoscopes, 4 to 5 years. GIS maps, 5 years. Cradle points, 5 years. I mean, all these things are very expensive. And we have to start, set up a fund and start putting back money every year so that we can replace these. So it's not a big catastrophe. And we hope we have a windfall of cash from ARP, or hopefully the federal government bails us out somehow.
Like some of these things maybe last
I mean,
3 to 5 years.
Some of them are 3 to 5 years, and
in
so we
3 to
need
5
to
years, you
start
have nothing to
putting
pay
back
for.
the money
See,
every year so that we
That's
have
what
that.
she's saying.
You guys talked about that yesterday,
Yes,
setting
yes,
up a
we did.
fund, putting the money back, so you guys are initiating doing
This
that.
is, where's that
That's-
money coming from?
and that's what I'm
that we're
saying, we
sending
just
back?
need to
You've got
plan.
35 budgeted right now, so if you guys need to sit down with the EMS and find out, okay, how much, what she's done. Okay, so if we need this much in 5 years, then
It's actually a lot more we need, but yeah.
that's what I'm saying. If this is how much you need, then you need to put
You
back
start
this,
building it each year. and
building it
Absolutely.
each year. I mean,
So
you're
then
not
in 3
rolling
years-
built in a day.
In 3 years, when you
Yeah.
need $45,000, you have it, or in 5 years, when you need $200,000 for an ambulance, you have it. So we have to take these and divide them out and set aside that
Each
amount.
item needs to be earmarked for that.
You're not gonna
I-
fix it in 1 year. It's
I-
gonna-
Well, I agree, but it's planning and you have to
Right.
start.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't start and say, well, we got all new equipment now, so who cares? Well, in 5 years, we're gonna care. In 3 years, we're gonna care, when you need hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I mean, here, I wanna find the positive. Think about this from last year. Last year, what was the big top? I mean, of course EMS was, but we were talking about popper. We need money. What did we do? We fixed that, okay? So you fixed one problem. Now you just gotta address another. The only thing I'm saying is we never did address EMS, and now we've thrown solid waste in the midst of it. So now you've got 2 things to address, and we all know that the management, I knew back in July and August last year, and I'll go on record saying it, that the management out there was falling apart. The commissioners knew it too. But we waited a whole year to let it completely dissipate, and then we come in. I don't, funding, yes, I get the $45, but there's a lot of things that people pay for in this county that they don't necessarily use, and I don't know about that whole modification, with $45, but I feel that we should have focused on the management of it. I don't, you've
And that
added,
falls
you
on the
added
solid waste.
another $500,000 or another expense for us to have to figure out before we've addressed other issues that, so now you've got to address solid waste and you've got to address EMS.
And that is our job. So, back to your point about the commissioners new last year, they're not the solid waste board. There are 7 members on that solid waste board, and it is their responsibility. I am sick and tired of hearing people say, and I know you didn't say this, but it is brought up repeatedly, including one of the last meetings, that it is the commissioner's fault. It's the commissioner's fault. They held it hostage. That is complete and absolute utter nonsense. There are 7 members on that board. 4 at any time could have voted to mail that $45 bill out. And guess what? They did not. And those members include members of Tell City, the Tell City mayor, the Tell City Common Council, mayor of Cannleton, and a county council member and 3 commissioners.
There's
So
other missing.
to say it fell on the commissioners is it's absolutely incorrect, and it's a false narrative, and it's
There's other misinformation
disturbing.
being put out on social media about
it's
that.
a major
The
problem.
county council voted 4-3.
We didn't
to
do that
dissolve.
at all.
We didn't have anything to do with that.
We have nothing to do with voting to mail out those $45 bills. And I got accused of that last meeting. I got accused of being in cahoots with somebody's estranged husband. Absolutely not true. Don't even know the gentleman. I mean, it's ridiculous. This has got to stop. All this does is cause unnecessary chaos and confusion in the public, and it's not fair to them.
When you talk about
I'm not
230 on EMS,
I'm just
are you
saying,
talking about bringing that up to the
It's-
485? or
you know,
what are
we're
you
here
talking
to make create solutions.
Because
So-
once again, we've got a contract that,
Mhm.
you know, but is coming, from what I understand, is getting close to being,
I'm very
Okay.
supportive of funding.
The contract, I'm not
I want it
Seen
bad,
that.
I haven't seen it.
and I
But
put
I'm
it
trying to
one
see.
way or the other.
On the, I think he's talking about EMS
That
services.
contract between the county and the hospital definitely.
I am unaware of any kind of
Yeah,
contract.
that's what I'm,
Nothing.
What do you
So if
mean?
they're
You
coming
don't
up
know
with
the contract from back in the eighties,
Pardon me?
nineties, whatever it was?
he's not aware of an update, I don't
Yeah.
think,
No, I'm
It was
not,
a 1985 original contract, which was modified,
in
I believe
2014.
in 2014, 15, when they built the hospital, because they wanted to lock in the fact that the ambulance service would stay there for a 5-year period before they built the building to house the ambulances there. And that's about all that contract reflects, is the longevity of it. And it is, trust me, not real good. It's an old, and under that contract, the county is only obligated to pay the amount that's budgeted. Now, the hospital can say, you know, we're tired of subsidizing this and quit the service at any time. They've got the right to do that. But that's how that contract is written. I don't think it's fair. I don't think the details need to be spelled out. But I am unaware of the hospital engaging in any type of contract unless they've got a proposal they're gonna bring to the county.
They're working on
P&L
one.
statements.
Okay, so whenever they do, then that'll be the first I've heard of it. They're doing it on their own.
But well, I mean, I think the hospital was told that they needed to get, if they wanted to change, or if they wanted to update, they needed to write it.
Well, I think if you take a look at the 1985 contract, I mean, it'd be prudent to revisit it. It's
Absolutely.
not old.
I think there was one in 2014, just a
Just
minor.
an
Modification.
It was an amendment,
Modification to
yeah.
make sure that the service stayed
Okay.
there for 5 years.
But
It really didn't
the
change
hospital
the
has been very good to, I feel, to the county. So therefore, we need to work hand in hand, which everybody needs to work together. The separation's crazy. We've got to work together.
Part of your challenges, this is what we're getting into with equipment right now, is the county is gonna have to decide how many ambulances they want in service at any given time,
We need to.
and then how much subsidy it's gonna require to keep that up.
Man, I mean, you know,
There's
you
a
can,
variable.
you know, we can want, we can finance, but that don't mean it's gonna happen. Because there is, as everyone that's listened much knows, that there is a small pool of available. We talk about lawyers, we got the same problem with paramedics, we got the same problem with EMTs. I know that, you know, we're paying our workers well now, and that's helping draw some people here. And I think the management, I think Brandon did a good job, and I think, Leonard's doing a good job.
What they
Eric's doing a
did
good job.
is they actually, Deacon has opened up for 2 training spots for EMTs or paramedics. And I think that needs to be continued if we can get people interested
We
in
get
it.
interested.
They were picking it up. But then there's no guarantee that they'll necessarily stay in Perry County and work. I mean, it's kind of like getting a CDL.
Well, same with law enforcement.
If you're, same thing.
There's no guarantee. You can only tie them so tight.
So that's part of the subsidy, what you're talking about, you know, where, and part of the problem is the next county says, well, I'll give you $2 more, and then this
I know.
county, then it's like a war. And so then it makes it even more difficult for them to get them. So then our subsidy goes up because we have to pay more. So a lot of people don't understand, I'm not saying you, but a lot of people in the community don't understand we have 2 budgets. We have that equipment, what we have to pay for, and ambulances. Outside of ambulances, there's all that other stuff that we just funded with ARP. And then there's also the subsidy. So there's really two big components to
According to
EMS. A lot of people just think it's, well, we got new ambulances,
No,
so
there's
we're good.
actually, in
We're good.
reality, there's 3. There's the personnel, the trucks, and then the equipment.
Well, the personnel,
That's part of that.
well, yeah, I just counted the equipment
Sure.
and the trucks all together. But yes, the personnel, it's not just personnel, it's the whole operating expense of all of it. So they charge us for all kinds of different things.
According to that contract, we're to provide all equipment.
Yeah.
I think they have to request if it's in excess of
Yes.
$5,000 or something like
Yes.
that. But that's pretty
It's
open.
all county owned, it's all county owned equipment, so I was telling
There
Chris it
there
should
was
be on our
huge
asset.
debate on some of the more pricey items back in the day.
But-
Because we knew the county paid for them, but the hospital claimed them and
Right.
Well, they should be on our asset list, I think. I
they
mean,
should be.
and I just
but
asked
there was-
Chris and she's not sure that they are, so we need
It's
to get
just
that.
like, it's just like the old monitors back when I worked EMS, you know, the hospital, EMS, the county pays for them,
Mhm.
but they had a hospital sticker on
Well, that's okay, it's still county, I think, but,
them.
I mean, do you consider those things we just bought with ARP money the county's property because we're providing them?
Absolutely.
Me too.
We paid for them.
Me too. I just wanna make sure that. we're
Yeah.
on
One of the
same
little
page.
sticklers that you have to be aware of that goes on
We're
here,
responsible to
is that it
replace
is
them.
like the ambulances are owned by the county,
Mhm.
but they're insured by the hospital.
But that's part of the operating
Yeah.
expense that comes back to us through the subsidy.
We
So-
found, was it last year, Kelly, when we went through there, that we were actually insuring some of that at the same time the hospital was insuring some.
Double insured.
And so we
that
got
was a
through
cut
that
off.
and got them all.
So they also include the equipment in their insurance, or do we need to do that?
Cause that's one thing we're looking at, because they
Good
should
question,
be,
but they should be including it under that policy.
cause we gotta make sure they're insuring the ambulances.
And all the.
They are doing the ambulances, because I asked.
Yeah.
But the new $170,000 worth of equipment we just stuck in there,
Mhm.
it needs to be covered.
And they cover all that too.
They should, but I think it's worthwhile to make sure that's the case.
Oops, forgot to find
Because we're also gonna have those Lucas devices that are quite expensive on those trucks too.
Since we own the ambulances, we ought to be insuring them since we actually own them.
I mean, in a roundabout way, we are though,
We pay
because
the
it's just
hospital
coming
back.
back. It's
Yeah.
just
They're
coming
right,
back.
they're
from
putting it on their
subsidy.
P and L, they're putting that
Yeah,
on their
I
P and
know,
L.
I know,
We just
but,
need to make
I see
sure
what
they
you're
have
saying,
it.
it makes
I
sense that
mean, you know,
our property,
Contents
we
here,
bring
contents
more
insurance
control of how
should
much
be
insurance
checked in on that.
we can,
I just don't know,
Federal
are they
or
getting a
whatever.
better deal because they're a
I mean,
hospital? I
As
don't know.
long as it's
There's so many
checked
things that
into,
just
and
don't
we
make
make sure.
sense.
We need to
because
make sure it's covered.
We may be like
That's
renters
always been
insurance,
done.
we may need to, you
That
know,
makes
insure the
sense, but-
contents because, you know, one of them ambulances catch fire, burn up all the contents inside, you know, the cardiac monitor, you know, all that stuff
Yeah,
gonna have to be replaced.
So at this point in this solid waste, we have nothing, no guesstimate or estimate of how that 544 might be
It'll-
reduced.
It's a work in progress,
Yeah.
that's the problem. You know, I don't anticipate that much money required. We haven't replaced 2 of the office staff, and as long as we're not gonna be sending bills out, collecting money, doing things like that. We do require someone that signs off on all the vouchers. And we're gonna have to have an employee that does that. I don't envision a full-time employee, a part-timer or something, to handle some of that necessary work for the State Board of Accounts.
Who's going up and unlocking the place in the morning?
Travis does it at Branchville, he works there, and Leroy does it at County. They've always done it.
here it is.
The manager never went out and unlocked the facilities or anything. They basically run themselves, they've been doing it for years, and we just continued, we just don't have the management costs anymore, and we're between, I'm working with it, Becky's working on it with delivering, making sure the tags and everything get out. Wes Terry has helped by picking up some of the load as far as, he now collects all the mail. So we're getting our invoices and getting our charges in. We're assuring that we're getting the people with cardboard trailers a bill so we can collect that money back. So, we just kind of shared a little bit, and as we discover things, we're working through the details.
How much money did you say that you had in cash and checks? How much did you say last night?
That we found,
Right,
right at $30,000.
are them checks so outdated, you're not gonna be able to cash them, or is everything gonna
We
be able to
have
fly?
deposited them currently, and I haven't checked with him in the last few days. And a lot of them are on a delay because they're so old. And my same question as yours, Keith, are they gonna cash?
Yeah.
If they don't cash, then we're gonna have to pursue another method to collect the money. but we don't know.
Are they local checks?
There's a mixture. There was actually some personal checks that were put in there to the solid waste, which leads you to believe that there was cash removed and personal checks replaced them. Whether those, some of them were in excess of a year old. So it depends.
Okay, did anybody, since the first, I guess it's been, the first of this year, were any of them $45 checks? People were paying
There
forward?
were some checks that people actually sent in for their $45 charge. All those were not cashed and were shredded because we're not collecting that. So those were.
That's what my point was.
And those are
Did some
not-
people pay that we're
And
gonna
that
have
is,
to refund?
that is not what these checks were from.
They're-
And we had a little in excess of 8,000 in cash when we found it. So the remainder of it was in checks. So depending, it's Wes that's taken them all, he recorded them, and he has went through them. The ones that were newer checks, he went ahead and deposited in a group because he felt comfortable those would clear. Then he took his older checks so that it didn't mess the whole deposit up, and he was depositing those. And the last I checked, they were still waiting to confirm that they were all going to clear. But I haven't asked him here in the last probably week since I talked to him.
If we knock out 100,000 plus of this budget, are you fairly sure that we're gonna be getting the interest to offset that?
Well, what you're gonna end
Next
up
year.
doing is right now, your interest, it's gonna slowly come down.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I know that.
like ARP funds, we have allocated $500,000 to Antro,
Yeah.
and they have not touched that. So as long as that remains in the county's balance, we can draw interest off that. Well, when the amount we get comes from 5 to 4, and it's gonna come down over the year, I don't know how quick it'll happen. That money will be dispersed to Antro, and the amount of our percentages will come down, so we won't see the same revenue in the coming years.
Yeah, I realize
But it
that,
will be some,
yeah.
and if we can get solid waste, like compacting their trash at Cannleton as an example, so that we make one trip instead of 4 trips, our costs will come
Yeah,
down.
well, is this gonna hurt us for 2025 on this budget? We knock out 100.
Taking care of each
I mean,
other.
it's just like everybody else, if you guys take it out of the budget,
Yeah.
we run into a jam at some place, we'll come back and ask for additional appropriations like
Right.
anybody else would do. At this point, to sit down and say, this is exactly what we need,
We get them on the
premature.
10th.
Oh, sure,
Because
yeah.
we're sitting here,
15.
we didn't realize we had a $25,000 bill to waste management.
Yeah.
And we didn't realize that we got cut off over at Davis County landfill due to
Yeah.
non-payment.
How do you, propose to pay for these compactors?
Well, if you do this, first of all, we'll take whatever we have left over in ARP money, and we will pay for whatever we can. I've applied for $100,000 grant. It's a fall grant. Hopefully within a month or two, we'll know whether that comes through or not. It's a 25% matching, but that won't be a big deal if we can get it, because we can use our ARP money to match. So that would take care of a large part of Cannleton. Now, when you put one of these in, like a auger one and that, they have to have concrete and everything for it because they have to be anchored. So not only the compactor and the tubes cost us some money, but we're gonna have to have some infrastructure, there's some electric ram to them, things of this nature. So there'll be some additional costs. But depending if you take, first of all, we'll take the ARP money, hopefully we'll get a grant. If you take the interest, then we would pull it out of your interest account to pay for whatever we needed to get ourselves efficient. Or, we'll have to look at other funding mechanisms in order to do it. We can't continue to run solid waste where it's this inefficient.
What is the projected interest for 25?
It'll be over $1 million. It'll be
Wait,
well over.
We're at 24?
They're
No, for
getting
25.
5.3.
No, I'm talking for 25, going,
Well, you know it's 5.3 now or whatever.
They cut it in half. They cut it in half.
because of the funds going down.
No,
No.
No, the
it's
interest
rate going, the
You know,
interest rate will drop.
You said they cut it in half.
If you look at it to go down to half, we'd still have.
Oh, I thought you said you
like,
projected half.
I had her look it up, so we have the 830,144 through the end of August. That's just for this year. So we'll be over $1 million this year. Let's say that the economy takes a turn for the worse, because I feel like it's going there, but we don't know. And the 5.3 gets cut in half. We're still gonna,
But you got to take into consideration.
I understand the
what you
3 million.
have, your balances.
I understand the
They're
$3 million,
collecting.
the $3 million
That's
of
why our
ARP will be
revenue's
off.
gonna cut down.
But even if we can still get 400,000, 400,000, we'll have plenty to operate this.
I thought I saw somewhere that you, in your projections, that you had like, it was only like 500 something for 2025. Where did I see that? Maybe it's for a half a year.
It might be half a year. I don't know. I haven't done any projection like that.
Brandy, are those
Huh?
salaries, the
I don't
same
know. I've
as
not
they
seen any.
were?
I've not
It
done
wasn't
any.
on your.
All,
like your
all we
4P.
did, Chris needed to have some numbers for the end of August.
Yeah,
Because,
It's not
you
on.
know, we're discovering daily problems there. So all we did was pull
Was it in Baker
last
Tilly's
year's
comprehensive
budget,
plan?
use those numbers.
Was it in Baker Tilly's comprehensive plan?
That's paying the
You see it?
staff less money
Might
than
have been.
than
Cause I
what
don't
they
have
really
it.
should
Mine's
be
in
paying.
there.
yeah.
But it also includes office
That's right.
salaries that we're not
I bet
paying.
that's where it was.
So there's gonna be an offset in there, to some degree, so. And that's just a number we pulled out, so we had something to start with.
Yeah.
So it's fluid, I'm telling you, you know, once we get everything discovered and then get a process in place, a year from now,
I can see a light.
Just make
we
sure
will
you
have
mention
a lot
that's gonna
better
cut the revenue
feel
for that.
for
That's
that
gonna cut the revenue for that.
Yeah, I can see a light once all this stuff.
right, just a lot of things we have to address. And it's just like paying our bills, see, we're paying bills for 23 with these funds. It should have been paid in 23.
Yeah.
Brandon, the ARP money, but don't you have to cut those checks by the end of this year, 24?
No,
26.
We have to
26,
have
okay.
it committed,
I'd say just hold on
and,
to what you
and
can.
the governmental end of
Don't be
it,
in a hurry.
I've got the state, I got a connection, Chris shared it with me, with the auditor, and he is very, very knowledgeable on all the steps we have to take.
Yeah.
And he answers all my questions, because I had actually wanted to earmark money for our audits. And I said, what we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna be in a 26 audit, it's gonna be carried out in 27. I said, is that gonna create us a problem? He said, yes, it will.
We
You're gonna have to have that money spent in 26.
Yeah.
Even though
Right
we'll
now,
have an audit.
Like with,
Well,
with,
we've seen
Mr.
it.
Answer's got 500,000, we're drawing the interest off that money, we can use it as we
But we
see
won't
fit.
have we can't use ARP money
You mean
in
like
27.
500,000 for intro?
Yeah, intro, but we're drawing the interest off that money.
Yes, and that's why your interest, the amount of money you're getting on interest is gonna come down.
Right.
Because Antro has a water project right now that they're finishing up their preliminary engineering on, and they will either be bidding this fall or it'll be in the spring, and it'll take all of that money for that project.
Well, and the interest right now could be, for lack of a better word, a short-term.
It's kind of a short-
Until solid waste evolves.
It should be a 1-year deal.
Yeah,
Why would it be 1 year?
What it
I can
amounts
say
to,
1 year, it's short term, it could be 2 years, 1 year, 3 years.
Once they get the cost down, there'll be more money there, and then we can always,
my
redo the
thought
ordinance and
process,
say,
Paul, is
this
you've had
percent goes to that.
You've had interest money you've collected, and we need money right now to bring
Operate.
efficiencies to that. So there's your pool of money, whatever it requires for compactors, for bigger capacity to try to get, we need to separate our plastics into ones, twos, and others, because we can get 5 times the revenue off of those things if we'll just do that. But we have to be able to segment them all so we can compress them and do that. So these are steps that we need to take. It's gonna cost money to do that. Once we get them in place, that place is gonna be substantially more efficient, and the required funding is gonna go down. It will. But the pool of interest will allow us to do whatever we need to do equipment-wise. And then once
$1
this
million in the general
interest
fund.
money
It's
goes
gotta-
down, it'll actually generate less money, but it should be sufficient to keep it going. I mean, I don't really care, I mean, as long as interest will not go to zero, we'll always get something out of it, and the county will have some type of.
So here's-
balance.
Should be an unlimited.
So here's the other thing. So we're 117 short in general right now. We would have to make another 117,000 in cuts just to break even, basically, and fund what we have with all the cuts that we've made.
Earnings and
If we take this 544 out and do it with interest, which we know it's not gonna be 544, but if we do that and set that aside, then you're over 400,000 to the good,
Yeah.
okay? Then we have money we can set aside some, Keith, for the EMS and other things that we feel are important, that we need to fund, whatever everybody wants to do. And it brings that back to where we can set aside money for EMS, because there is some money there. And other things, whatever this board decides that they want to do. And I think it's probably going to get to a point with the interest, even after it drops and everything, once all the efficiencies get going with the solid waste, where we won't need all of the interest money potentially for solid waste. At that time, the ordinance could be revised and it could say, okay, we'll do this percentage for this or whatever, whatever it is, that can be changed at any time.
I don't know if we even project what we're going to collect from sales of trash tag.
Right.
That's what I was
And
asking, where is that?
commodities.
Where's
it could
that? Where's that?
Wes has got it. See, this is another one of our challenges. The way the system worked, let me just bring you up to
It's a mess.
speed. There are 5 tickets on a sheet. They have serial numbers on all those tickets.
Which they did
The
before.
way they were handling them, and they were selling onesies.
Mhm.
If you sold one ticket off of that sheet, it was considered sold. We got $1.50. Okay? There are 4 more tickets on that sheet at $1.50. But they weren't accounted as though they were still in inventory. So where that money went, where those tickets went, how come our tonnage and our ticket sales
Didn't match.
didn't look real healthy? There's part of the problem. So what we did was we changed so that no longer tickets are sold within the solid waste group. They're sold through vendors that are independent businesses, and they sell them by the sheet. So you're gonna buy 5 tickets when you buy one sheet, and we have a serial number on them now. So knowing exactly how much money we're gonna get in tickets, I can see from where it's going right now, we should collect more money than what we have in the past. But how
Are you
much?
looking, I know this is a solid waste, that don't have anything really to do with budget, but you're here, so looking to make it available to where people can buy trash tickets somewhere besides this Michael's out in the,
Well,
Yeah.
these people are doing it for free.
I understand.
And anybody that, we'd be tickled to death, anybody want to. What we did was change the system to where you order your tickets, we provide the tickets, and then we invoice that individual. Instead of what they did in the past, someone would show up with the tickets and then ask for a check, ask for cash, ask for some other type, whatever payment. We have turned it into more of a business transaction now where you order 100 tickets, you'll get your tickets, Wes will invoice you for those trash tickets.
So these.
Then you pay them just like you do another, whether it's your utility bill or some other vendor. So we've taken all that process within the accounting part of it. And, anybody that's willing to sell tickets, I'm tickled to death. I mean, to make it more
Keep
convenient.
mentioning that Wes is doing this, Wes is doing this.
So
Isn't
far,
that
he
bill
has not asked for any additional money. He said within the scope of what he's been charging, he has been generous with that and said, I'll cover it under what I've been doing. He
Yes, there's that
understands
man.
where we
He's been
are.
doing this in the past.
Yeah.
Well, I know
Yeah.
he's been the
Now,
financial guy forever.
We get all that money back. Noble doesn't keep a nickel or.
No,
And here's,
Not a dime.
here's
They
the
do
other
it
thing.
all because they're providing a service and trust me.
Noble sells to Tell
Wanna make
City, so I'm.
they sell accounting too.
And so does Walmart.
They sell accounting too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Novus does.
and isn't Walmart trying to do that? too?
Walmart is the problem that we found on that one. Walmart changed their system and they require now to have a barcode that's attached to your ticket. So that was never processed. That's why Walmart was no longer selling them, because no one had carried through that. And we're in the process, and I thought it would be done before now. We have generated a barcode for the Perry County Solid Waste. There's some question between our W-9 and our DUNS number. And Chris may know a little more on this here, but whether it got worked out, that's what they were working, because there's like 2 different filings or 2 different names. and there was a conflict with Walmart. But they will be selling them once again, once this.
Well, they are selling them.
They're selling them now?
I just,
Well,
got
county,
$20 worth.
county though,
The
you
county?
got city,
You got
Huh?
city.
you got red tags.
City,
The red tags.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ours are
he's talking
orange.
about county.
Okay,
That's the city, that's not the county. Counties are orange, aren't they?
Yes.
yeah.
Now, the other thing is, this 544,000, once they get the tagged money coming in and the commodity money coming in, and if you can compact it, pay attention to that, that'll help offset some of this
right,
also.
if we can get our tipping
So-
fees down,
Really, mean-
it's just like,
You get
and I
pretty
didn't bring an invoice with me, but we
still
pay,
raise their pay.
one of them was in excess of $700 taking the trash to waste management. About 170 of that was for trash. The rest of it was for the truck, the use of their equipment, and, whatever their overhead charge is. So in essence, you look at it, let's just say it was $200 on a $700 bill. That's $500 for the trucking and the equipment and that charge. So if we can get it compacted, this was at Branchville, and they were just picking it up weekly. If we can go that on a 2-week cycle, now, we're gonna save $500 every 2 weeks on transportation costs, as soon as we get that. Now, we've had it picked up twice since the commissioners have taken over. Once, we had it packed tight, and they just picked it up yesterday. Travis has started counting bags. We had 953 bags of trash inside of that compactor. So we know it was full when it left. So we've started this process to make sure that we're not hauling half-empty tubes of trash to the landfill. And Candleton needs to follow through to get rid of the open dumpsters, so they too can, bring some efficiencies there. So it's a work in process, and it depends, again, the funding that's available, if we can buy the compactors, by the time we order them, get whatever concrete poured, get the utilities there, get the process. The quicker we can do it, the more efficient we'll be. If it takes us time, when you talk about the 544, then it'll extend our costs. So it's kind of an egg and chicken type thing here that we're working through, so.
I don't know for sure when we started selling tickets at Michael's or Silquest 39, but I believe we have probably purchased $4,500 of those tickets or those tags.
Right.
Within like about a month. Now, if Game Store has expressed an interest in selling also, but I don't know if they've ever actually made contact with West or not, but that might reduce what we're selling some, I don't know, but,
Sure would. So,
The main thing is that we need to have every bag of trash.
but they're being accounted
And
for.
that's money that'll go back and help
And,
offset
and
this.
what our goal is, if we can do it, is we're trying to get the trash picked up in the county, and then the tipping fees are paid for by that trash tip. And in essence, what it does then, it makes those who utilize the service are actually paid for the service.
the tipping fees are actually transportation fees.
Well,
Is that true?
tipping is made up of transportation, the landfill charges us X number of dollars per ton, for it. And in the case of Branchville, Waste Management owns the compactor out there, so they charge.
That's figured into that 80,000.
That's the tip, and that's the tipping fees. It's all an accumulation of the device, the rental, and then the trash actually going in the landfill. So, that's what we're looking to squeeze that down so our tipping fees are lowest. And then hopefully our trash tax will pay, if not all of it, pay for the majority of it, so the other county funds aren't required to operate it.
So are you looking at to maybe raise the tags to $2?
Well, if we had to, but this is, again, it's all premature, Gail. We come in here and we go, okay, until we get sorted through all these details, we're trying to keep this fair. And just arbitrarily saying, okay, now it needs to be 2, we don't know that yet. We get all the past debts and everything that happened, just like getting rid of 10 dumpsters for $2,000 a month. That's a cost we gotta quit paying, because it's not providing us any service. So till we get all of those things cleaned up, it's hard for us to say that the tag needs to be about $52, $4, whatever the heck that number is. We have to get those mismanagement issues taken care of, then we'll know what we actually need to be charging to make it fair. And because in essence, we shouldn't be necessarily charging folks in Tell City to subsidize trash services for the county. And what we don't want to have happen is trash all over our roads. And that's one of the things why I'd like to see a compactor at Cannleton that would take, and we had this, I think it's Sycamore Road, I call it Shepherd Hatchery Road. There was a collection point for couches, beds, furniture of all kinds. If we put in it's an auger compactor is what it is, we'll throw a couch in there and it will compact them. So we will address whenever we find things. It's like Steve, if he's out there and the county sees the bed, they can throw it on a pickup, take it to Cannleton, and we can compress that and not cost us a lot of money to get rid of it. But it costs us money up front to buy the equipment that will actually do that. So, but I don't think we need it at both locations, but I would like to see one of them so we can take those big items that get tossed and address them without being super costly.
How do you plan on financing solid waste between now and January 1st?
Right now, we set aside $158,000 or $59,000 out of our edit money that we were gonna pay our portion of the taxes. And we're gonna use that money to do it. It'll keep us going.
So I think that's, the council.
But you're wanting to take the interest money and finance the whole overall picture, buy the compactors, buy it all.
What my proposal is, and I think Kelly had a very valid point. I don't know exactly what that number is. To be honest, I can't envision if you transfer 23, 24 money into the account, I can't envision spending that kind of money on solid waste. I really can't. That seems awful lot, what I've seen now.
That's gonna take out of your general fund, and last year it was, let's get to 35% of our estimated expenditures on reserve. So here now we've done that, and now we're gonna take.
I don't think it needs to be all of it, because even by the end of this year, if we just did 24, and that's 23, it's over $1 million. So you wouldn't need that much.
I don't think that. I don't
You
think
wouldn't even
it's-
need that
I mean,
much.
We wouldn't need this money. I'm gonna leave.
The problem you get into is that we're gonna have some initial funding up front to get these things efficient.
And then
And
the
once they're
cost come down.
efficient, it's kind of like you've got a furnace that's 50% efficiency and you put one in that's 96. Your utility bills are gonna go down, but you gotta buy the furnace. That's where we're at right now. We need to get these things up. We need to come up with some funding in some source. And then the cost of this operation will go down a lot. So, and then revisiting, I would not, just in prudent management, I wouldn't, if you set aside money right now and then you come back and find that it's not required, I wouldn't just leave it there. I mean, there's no reason to continue to build a cash balance in an account that's not necessary. You look at it in a year or two.
You can
or
always
whatever
come
it
back
is,
to
you
adjust.
Redo the ordinance.
You say, well, we need to just change this back and use it for something else. I mean, I don't think that's a good plan. I think you just keep.
I think we're between a rock and a hard spot, in my opinion. But I think it should be, if we're gonna do it, it should be looked at after this year. I don't think we should say we're gonna use the interest to finance it for the next 3 years. It should be something that's looked at by this council to
Well, I
finance
think-
next year.
I think at some point you're gonna have a budget hearing and you're gonna, I think that's whenever you look at stuff like that, my assumption is.
Every year, we typically are.
And by next
My
year-
assumption is this should have been all figured out before all this shit has happened.
Yeah, well, the problem you get into, it's just like when we pulled open the filing cabinet and found $30,000 in there. No one had a crystal ball to tell us that money was in there. Likewise, we were unaware of having $50,000. We received a call from one of our other vendors that said they're gonna quit hauling our trash too. Oh, really? Why? The computers didn't run, so there's no bills being sent out. We called the vendor and said, how come you're not working on the computers? I'm not getting paid and I'm not working for free, okay? I don't know how the commissioners would have had the insight to know all this was happening, because it was represented to us that everything was okay, other than we just need money. We just need money. But the details were lacking. It's no different than a week ago, we discovered the waste management 10 dumpsters scattered within the county. It's very hard to plan if you don't know the details. Now, you hire management as you hire anyone to carry out a task, and the expectation is that management is prudent and doing what's correct for that entity. You don't, so that's how it occurred. We've got it, and we need to correct it.
Paul, you sat on that solid waste board for several years. Was that any of that ever brought to your attention as a solid waste board member? I mean, you wouldn't have known, right? I mean, you didn't know this was going on since 2008. You didn't know any of those things. So that's just something that was discovered. So we have to correct it going forward. And those are all things that will bring efficiency.
Well, I think they need to be commended, Randy, and the board, to tackling this solid waste. It's something that had to happen for a long time, and it was neglected, like we talked about before. And
Is the
not
old
easy.
board, the old whatever, is it totally gone?
Well, what we did is we signed an agreement so that we could actually, what we have is a solid waste district that we have to clean up. And what I don't want to do is take on any potential liabilities from that solid waste district and transfer them to the county. We currently have an issue with a former employee against the former director, and I want to make sure that doesn't become a county issue. So in essence, what we're doing, we're still running the district. We have an agreement that the rest of them signed off on to allow the commissioners to do that. So we're trying to clean up and not transfer, and then we're not going to transfer any of the trash over to the county. We want to get all the trash cleaned up in the solid waste district. Then the county will.
When do you propose that cleanup will?
It's a work in process, Keith. It's just like every day, it seems like another mole sticks its head up. We get calls. We didn't realize out at one of our locations that our trailers were regularly getting vandalized. So now we're finding that out
What do you
too.
mean vandalized?
They're cutting our tires.
Somebody is?
Yes, I got pictures of them. And it's been happening.
But you got pictures of the tires, you don't have pictures of.
Not a person. So then, that brings another challenge in, and we've looked at putting in some security cameras at different locations so we can monitor this, and either we'll stop it or we'll find the character that's doing it and have him arrested. So it's another
Or
step forward.
it could be him or,
Well, it's the individual,
right.
because we don't know who's doing it. It's and we didn't realize that it was even occurring till here probably 2 weeks ago. We went out there and the tires were slashed. And the question was, well, this is a one-off? Oh no, this happens on a reoccurring basis. And
How long has
again,
it been happening, I wonder?
well, one guy says it's been happening for the last couple of years. Yeah, and then another one said maybe not so much. We bought some tires. He looked back at what we had spent, but it's happening, and we can't make any money if we got to buy $100 tire on a trailer on a regular basis. So, it's another thing that's just popped up. So we just keep that's why it's difficult. If we knew everything out there we had already discovered, then we'd have a better idea as to where we're at. But they just keep popping up.
Okay. Any other questions for Randy?
Thank you, David.
Thank
Allows
you.
me to leave.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, you can slice and dice it.
Kelly, what was that
interest for 23? What was that
Thank you,
amount?
Randy.
She said from June, I think she said from June to December, it was, she pulled it up on here, 530,328.
So that would be plenty. You wouldn't even have to touch 24 interest. Because,
Well,
Yeah,
that's, some of that's probably already spent, because it was in the general land and all the additional appropriations that came through and all that. I'm not saying just that, we had other money in there too, but some of that's probably, I was just given like a hypothetical for
I mean, I feel like the
24.
interest should be a short-term fix, not a long-term solution.
Why is it a short-term fix?
Like, okay, use the interest to get us through next year, and then.
I mean,
next
I
year
don't
come up with a
disagree,
plan.
I don't disagree, I mean, I think it could be the plan, but I don't disagree that there's eventually gonna be,
Sure.
I think once these efficiencies go through, we start bringing in revenue from commodities and trash tag sales and all those things. I don't think it's gonna take near what we think it's gonna take, and so there'll be a larger portion, I don't know what it is, but there'll be a larger portion that we don't need, so then that could be, that portion of interest could be allocated to something else, or go back into general fund, or whatever it is, who knows what might pop up next year or the next year or whatever. You know, I just think right off the bat, and if you know, initially for this first year, we won't know. We need to have a whole year under,
Without a doubt.
under
I
our-
think it
under
has
our
to
belt
be
to say,
a
okay, let's
short-term
see
fix,
what
but
it
we
is.
have to
Revisit it.
Start
Let's-
January 1, working on a plan,
Leave our
Let's see what it is.
Yeah.
and follow through.
Wait until all those,
See what happens.
wait
yeah.
until
After
all
the
those
first
efficiencies
quarter,
get
there
through.
needs to be a committee or whatever. If the commissioners do it.
I think
there's a
by
board,
the end of the first quarter, they'll have a lot better
That's-
idea
that's what
on
I'm
what they're
saying.
expecting.
There needs to be, but there has to be some groundwork done today of who's gonna oversee it to where this stuff don't happen again.
Well, sure, I think that's what they're working through right now.
Let me go.
You
They're
know,
working through
Whether
that
it
portion.
be,
Whether there's an
That should
employee
be
that's
the
a
board.
county
there
officer.
should be a board of
Yeah.
staff.
They can-
And not that Tell City won't be on the county's on this board anymore because Tell
Yeah.
City's not gonna be having to pay any of the expense.
That's true. So, but what I'm saying is, I don't think at the end of the day, even if the interest rate is slashed, well, I think at the end of the day, there's still gonna be enough money to provide the service with that, and then some, potentially.
Chris, you mentioned a while ago about, you know, getting our reserves up to 25% or so.
Mhm.
We're using this interest with, what kind of effect would that have?
That's
on-
already in there for.
So here's why, the interest is going into general, okay? If you guys remember, back last year, it was being divided between 12, 13 funds. And we didn't have an ordinance that told us to do that. So then the ordinance, the state statute states, if you don't have an ordinance with descriptive details of what funds that's supposed to go into, it's supposed to go into your general. So it's receipted in the general fund, under, into that account line item. So it's specified as monthly bank interest, but it's in the general fund, okay? So, yes, so if you take that money out, and that's why I'm just saying, last year, we were big on trying to get up. We were right at 25%. We're projected to be, I can't remember what the number is, but, that's gonna take our general fund down. Then also, if you start not receiving that into general, which I'm not against that, and putting that into a separate fund, that's going to decrease your revenue in general. So therefore, you're just moving it, it's not gonna free up money. I'm sorry, it's not gonna free up money. Because that,
You're gonna be intentional with it instead of just leaving it in
That's
general
fine.
land for a grab bag, whoever wants to come
And
for
I'm not against
additionals
that.
or whatever.
I'm not
That's-
against
that's the
that.
difference.
It'll be earmarked in.
Like
I'm
That's
not
the
against
difference.
that.
And then we can still continue to try
Last
to
year,
build that back
you
up.
gave us the, where we had like 25% or 30%, whatever in general. I remember asking, I said, does that include the 600,000 of interest? And you said, yes, it does.
Mhm.
600 for what?
600,000
last
for
year.
interest.
Yes.
For the balance to be at that.
Yes.
And it was in
So-
there.
So it will bring that down, you're correct. It will bring that down,
Of
but
course,
that,
this year you've
that
got
doesn't
a
mean
lot
that we
more
can't-
interest to put in there, but
Yeah.
I don't know what it's gonna do to it.
that doesn't mean that we can't get more efficient, and,
I'm not
and,
against that.
and do things to try to build that back
I'm
up.
not against being efficient
Listen,
with that.
when didn't you make the statement before, we were in a bad shape a few years ago. I think it was you that was talking about that, where we were nowhere near that 25%.
Mhm.
And then the council, not me, because I wasn't here, whoever was on the council that time, dug back out, got it back up to what it is today. And I'm confident we can do that again. If we, if it takes it down to, I don't know what, I don't even want to speculate, but whatever it takes it down to, we can still work towards bringing it back up.
I think we
All
need
while
to, I
providing
think we need to look at
services.
that to see what it does. to-
But if we hadn't absorbed
I know,
the financial expenses of solid waste, then we would be able to do the exact same thing and earmark that for EMS, for other things, but now.
So do you think we should have not taken over solid waste? It should have just dissolved and
think-
said, forget it? Because that was the other option, that board was running out
No.
of money.
No, I think it's just like anything else. If you don't have a good leader and you don't have good manager, there were definitely operational errors. We've seen that, and we knew that last year, but it's fine,
So the other option was to close it. That's what they were looking at. They were just gonna close it. So if the county hadn't said, no, we're not gonna close it, it's important to us to be able to not have couches on Shepherd Hatchery Road or any other
I
road,
don't think
then that's the alternative. You
the
either take
funding
it over
is
and do it.
what all initiated that. Had the management been addressed in 2023 instead of trying to get rid of the $45 fee, then we wouldn't be in that
And
situation.
I'm gonna make a statement that is the truth, and this false narrative that Randy Cole didn't send out the $45 bill is absolutely
That's not
incomplete.
true. No,
There are
it's not.
7 members on that board at any given time from January 1st till today.
it's the board.
That board, 4 members of the 7-member board could have said, just mail the bill. Now, Randy wasn't in favor of it because he said there were all these inefficiencies and we need to work through these. But the rest of the board, I don't know what happened. I watched the meetings, nothing happened. So they ran out of money. So that's
It
what
sounds
happened.
to
It's
me
not his
like-
fault that they ran out of money, just because he is one member of the board that is one vote. There were 7 people on that, and I'm sick of him getting
Well, it sounds
accused
to me
of,
like since we
That's
should
not
have
fair.
taken over the solid waste.
even the 3 commissioners
Yeah.
couldn't have done it by themselves. There are
Because
3 of 7.
we definitely need the
We
solid
do
waste.
need it, and I want it to be efficient.
I'm kind of glad this county is taking it over instead of,
But I agree with what Chris said, that rather than scrap the whole thing, we should have sent the bill and looked at the leadership and
So-
looked at the process. So again,
So you're talking to us though, but we're not the ones that would send the bill. The commissioners aren't the ones that would send the bill. It's a board of
I
7.
know, but
that
now
didn't
you guys
decide
are
to send
sitting
the
here
bill.
having to try to figure out how to fund $500,000.
Okay,
So I mean, that's what we're talking about. And you guys in the ends had to say, hey, we're not gonna fund the $500,000. And then it's gotta go back to a different table. I mean, this is a discussion. It's not a discussion of you didn't do this or whatever. You guys have the decision right now.
I
Are
agree
you gonna
with you
fund half the
100%,
$500,000?
but what do? We're in a position, it's too late in the game. Unless we just say, as far as the council goes, we're shutting her
I mean,
down.
the council
that
could
would've,
absolutely say,
could've,
we're not
shoulda,
funding it instant.
doesn't count. We're
I'm
right
not
now
willing to do that.
dealt with what we've dealt with now.
Mhm.
So we have to come up with the 117,000.
Not 100%.
Huh?
Well, that's not for solid waste, but yeah, that includes it in there.
But
Yeah, we can do
I mean,
100 we
if-
can do
If all you're doing is
117,000.
focusing on the 117,000, we can come up with that real quick. That's simple.
Yeah.
Just eliminate the 544 and that 117 is taken care of. But I don't know that that's not an option. That's not an option. Because then
I'm just
what do
saying,
you do?
But you can, if you do this interest
you've
situation.
dug up, we've worked up to having the 35, between 25 and 35%, which we are projected.
And we can do it again. I'm confident we can do it again.
So let's just tear down what we did and never mind. General fund, we will be at 38%, projected to be at 38% at the end of this year, okay? So
Even
we've worked up to that. So then you're gonna tear that away if you do this or, whatever. But I guess what I'm trying, I've said what I'm gonna say. It's,
If we use that interest to fund this.
then you tore what we've done. So then you've just basically moved from solving one problem to funding solid waste. You've still not fixed EMS, where if we didn't have solid waste.
No, wait a minute.
If we didn't have solid waste to worry about right now, then we've done the 38. we use that interest money or whatever, or work on funding EMS. We've solved Popper. Last year we solved Popper and we built up the general fund. And this year I was really like, we need to focus on public safety because our public safety is not at the 25 to 35%. So, I mean,
But, you know, with the, you say we solved Popper, but we
definitely
didn't collect any more money.
We
It's just that
definitely
he
did
went
not
to
solve
Sibley County Junior
But
to
it's-
the other fund.
It's
But it's-
maintaining itself.
It's definitely not going
It's
to
just
next
like
year.
we're seeing where it's being spent or whatever.
Correct.
We have 100 and something in there and the budget's for 200, but we're spending 500 and 600,000, so we're still gonna be
I am
short.
all for moving the interest. I agree with the thought to move the interest to a separate fund. But what I'm saying is, had we not absorbed the solid waste, then we would be able to use that funding for EMS and other things. You guys have, and another fire has been added in that wasn't necessary. I don't believe.
So the option, you would say that it would close, is what that's the other
No.
option. That is the option.
Send the bill.
Send the bill.
So you're talking to the wrong people. It's not the commissioners, it's not this board, it
That's
is the
fine.
solid waste board.
But all I'm saying is,
And that
if you guys
didn't
say they're
happen.
not
We
gonna
can't-
fund
we can't
it,
do
then
anything
they've gotta
about
go back to the drawing board
So-
and they've gotta figure
No,
it
they have
out.
voted to dissolve that
So
solid
the
waste.
It's not dissolved yet.
The
They have
commissioners
voted to
couldn't vote to send the bill? Commissioners?
3 of the 7 could have, but it would have never passed, and you have to have 4.
The
Can they
commissioners
now?
can't now. The commissioners can't now vote to send the bill.
I don't know if that would be, I don't think, I mean, that could
The
all be
board
worked
is
out.
not
in a
dissolved till February.
Well, but they're in the process.
Or
They've
till
already,
November.
they have already voted to do that. So, I mean,
So,
it's,
that doesn't mean they're dissolved yet. You can
This is-
still go back if you guys say,
Wait,
okay, the
they're not.
county's not in a
I for
position.
sure wouldn't go
If the
back to
county's
that
not in a
board after all
position-
this mess. Look at that board. Since 2008, we've been paying for 10 businesses dumpsters all around Perry County and we didn't know. I'd say that board's pretty inefficient.
I don't disagree with
I
that.
think that is ridiculous.
disagree
I
with
think
that
all
one.
that other stuff is ridiculous as well. I
don't have
think,
the authority
I
to
mean,
do that.
who was not looking, who was not asking, who was
Apparently
not,
all 7 of them
And-
were.
and-
The only thing we can do is
Anybody.
force them is take
I mean, that, it's a shame.
I
say-
I don't
Do
wanna
you
go back
understand
to
what
it.
I'm saying? I mean, I'm not against whatever.
Okay, look, can we go forward and look at it to see where it will put you?
Yes,
You know,
That's
just to
your
see where
thing,
it does put us.
absolutely.
David, why can you not just maybe fund half or 200,000 of this? Then you still have money left over for EMS or
There's so many
whatever,
unknown too,
versus
guys.
The full amount, which Randy said he was not going to.
It's not gonna be that.
He's not gonna need that. So
I
why
don't think
would
we
you
need
even-
the full amount.
I just feel there's so
I
much
think we need to
unknown
set
with
aside
it.
a certain-
So,
just to have it
Just
in case.
the thought, payroll,
Let's just
We
do.
need
it.
1 year to know.
payroll, is that gonna be added on us? Yes. HR, managing all this, I mean, there's so much more to come with
Let's take
this
it out.
than just saying, oh, we're gonna fund this program. If it's a county thing, it's going to be added,
Well,
which I'm
any
completely
full-time
fine, but-
employee's gonna have to be offered the insurance too.
yes. I mean, there's so much more to this that it's just,
They have enough funds to
Well,
operate
they're
the rest of
offered
the year.
insurance now.
well,
Right.
we don't pay for
We
it.
don't know, they keep getting
Well, I
bills, they
mean,
got a $50,000 bill.
The
they didn't know
one
about.
employee
But
was
if
offered
we
insurance,
fund a couple $100,000 right now,
and she took it.
that puts up to the middle of
Didn't
next
take it.
year, somewhere in next year. By then, maybe some of the efficiencies will be kicking in, we get a better feel of where we're going. If we have to, come back and revisit,
I
or
don't
have
think you
to
can
send
fund
some kind
half
of
of a
statement.
budget.
If I think some of these issues that bowls that's popping their heads up, as Randy said, could easily be without getting into it too deep. They need to be taken, the fires need to be put out.
They're doing that right now.
Yeah.
They're working on doing that right now. You don't know until the things pop up and then you have to address them.
Which is
Chris, you weren't in here, but my comment was, if you use the interest, it should be a short-term fix, not a long-term solution.
Why?
Do it, get this off of here, get it away. But then January 1, come up with a plan to how we're gonna fund solid waste without using reserve cash.
Why don't we just cut 344,000 out of their budget and just give them 200,000 and we'll deal with it as the year goes on?
I don't think that's a good plan because then then you're gonna put potentially reoccurring expenses, take those out, and then if there's no money for that, then what are we gonna do? Just we have to try to have some kind of plan.
We have to
They should have had
fund
some
the
kind of plan.
employees for them to work in this budget, we can't, because they'll be out trying to find another
Yeah,
job.
yeah.
You have to maintain the salaries.
And if I can pay, if, for me personally, if we can pay for solid waste out of interest and not have to send the people another bill, good. Because this is their money.
So are you gonna
anyway.
take the airport tax away and the pub, and the,
What is the
public-
problem with using the people's tax money,
Because-
their interest to pay a bill for it, like to provide them a service and not send them another bill? Why do
I'm
we
not-
wanna bill
I mean, of
people
course,
and
in
raise
a perfect
taxes?
world, no one wants to be billed for anything. In a perfect world.
When we have options where we don't have to, we shouldn't.
Okay, so last year it was all big on popper and EMS, but now it's solid waste.
No, it's proper too, because we're not properly funding the pauper either. The 200,000 plus
I'm
the
just gonna
100
sit
you have
back,
in
solve
there
the
is
world's
not.
problems, Kelly, go for it.
Yeah, we have
Solve
to,
the
we
county's
have to.
problems.
That is my job. That is my job as a council member, is to work on the
You
finances.
individually do it.
Yeah, I will do whatever I can.
What is the proper attorney, right now it has like 200,000 in there.
It's
Why
not
are we
enough.
talking
Yeah,
popper
let's
right
don't
now?
drag that dog.
Why are we
inside.
bringing popper in here?
Because you
just
did,
said
you just did. It's not enough.
What I was saying, what I was gonna say was, wasn't just recently, we spent over 500,000 for pauper? So why are we saying the 200,000 that we're not even guaranteed we're gonna get? We don't know what we're gonna get. Why are we saying we've got it funded?
We don't.
It's not fixed.
You have some budgeted in general,
Yeah.
and you have some, and you have that. It will be paid out of popper. It's just like, something you were talking about yesterday, where it'll be funded out of there until there's no money in there.
Right.
And then-
Okay? We built that fund up. There's $200,000 in there. I'm hoping that keeps
To cover,
covering. Just like
They'll
anything
get
else,
to a
I
point where
don't
it'll be
know.
more.
There's a possibility. You don't know that. There's a possibility. We're being, as you say, efficient, and or effective, or I can't remember that word, but we've got that money in there, and hopefully it's gonna be a revolving door, so we pay it out, it comes in. We pay it out, we comes in. Now, if we have a huge year,
it's not
they're
funded.
not. But guess what? What'd we have? I think there's 200,000 still in there, or 150?
I think so.
150.
But we've done a
200?
lot of additional appropriations this year out of the general.
Kelly, if you want to transfer, if you want to you take your
What I'm
counsel
what
and
I'm trying to
transfer
say-
that 75,000 back from pauper fund to general, by
It's
all
more than
means, do it.
75, I think. But
Let me go check.
here's the deal, Chris.
You don't have to convince
If we have $200,000 budgeted for pauper, and we have, by the end of the year, just say there's 100,000 left, I don't know, in that recurring fund. That's only 300,000. We're spending 500,000 to 600,000. So
Last
we're-
year, we could have said we were.
so
gonna
we're
fund
still
pauper
short.
interest.
We're not actually properly budgeting
Dog and fight.
what we need. So that has to come out of general fund
But you can
somewhere,
come back
additional
next year and only spend
appropriations.
150 of popper attorney.
You can, but if you
You don't
look,
know.
you absolutely can, but if
You
you
don't
look
know.
at history, I heard that last year. I heard we could spend $1 or we could spend $250,000, but let's be realistic. Let's look at the last 3 to 5 years of what we have and take an average and say, look, these costs are going up. Lucy sat here yesterday and said, 2000, I think she didn't say this part, but 2022, it was $90 an hour. It went up last year to $100 an hour. We're looking at $120, $125 an hour. That's added expense. The cases are not going down. The crimes are getting more severe. We hear it from the judge. We hear it from the prosecutor. We've heard it from the sheriff. So for us to sit here and say, well, it could, it might be 150,000. It's not going to. Let's be realistic. It is not going to. If it is, hallelujah. But that's not the trend. That's not what is happening. We have to look at our past 2 or 3 years. It continues to go up. There's no indications that crime's going to go down. The severity of the crime is going to go down. The pauper attorney money per hour is going up. So for us to just say, well, we think it's going to be half next year, that is irresponsible.
Kelly,
That's
what
out there.
I'm getting at, and perfect example right here, we've got other problems. We've got what you say, pauper.
We
We've
do.
got EMS and all this. All I'm saying is, we added another fire in by taking over solid waste. That's all I'm saying.
Why sum up
That's
what you're
one
saying,
thing.
dumping this $544,000
That's all I'm
is irresponsible.
And I'll tell you what's irresponsible is not funding the $1.1 million that we need for jail operations, EMS, and dispatch because you didn't want to go through with the tax modification and had no other plan. That is irresponsible. Now here we sit, it absolutely is. You're sitting here complaining about EMS money when we had an option and you didn't want to do it. And then guess
Okay,
Still
what?
don't wanna do it.
And then guess what? You still don't want to do it and don't have a plan.
This is
So
getting
that's
us
irresponsible.
nowhere this morning. We need to take a
That's
break.
irresponsible.
Everybody calm down and get
I
back to the
think so.
budget.
Problem solved.
Whatever.
Well,
we're going
I
over
don't
the
want to talk
same
about
thing and
irresponsible.
conversations
We need to
are
get
great,
back on
but
to the
we
budget.
gotta get to the budget and cut a bunch of stuff.
Well, we have to make a decision on solid waste too. If they don't wanna fund it, let it go. And then they can tell the people they didn't wanna do it. That's fine.
You wanna take a 15-minute break, or what's everybody wanna do?
Yeah, we can take a 15-minute break.
Okay, we'll break and come back about 10.
This will stay on, so everybody's
That's
gotta go out.
Or it's gonna stay on.
Or not
just stay on, Or not talk, yeah.
Or you can talk. I don't have anything that I don't weird say. All right. Can I leave all my stuff? We're not wrong much. I didn't get this out much. Maybe hot dog chocolate. I'm not the problem, but I don't know.
Well,
I'm going outside. It was every day. Me too. I do it every day.
And leave me alone. Kelly, if you wanna argue, I'll argue with you all day long. God, she's such a.
Please do. Cold here.
I was in the parking lot and a drunken student came in to use the bathroom, stumbled into here.
Hey, lady. Hey. I know. I walked out.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you.
Chris, you been to any Notre Dame games yet this year?
We're going to Louisville, I think it's like the 28th, 29th. We kind of do one a month.
Is that Louisville?
No, it's in Notre Dame. No, I go up there so I can see my kid. Then Stanford in October, and we're going to the Florida State in November. Then I'm done, November 7th, because it'll get really cold.
Is your son still going to Notre Dame? Junior?
Sophomore,
Sophomore?
he's in his second year. Yeah,
How'd you like it for
oh, he loves it.
beautiful campus?
Mhm. Yeah.
What's he majoring in?
He is doing history, political science, and then a minor in real estate management. So, yeah. So he's planning to go to law school. Yeah. He's just
Got
got
part of the
his,
shop getting beat by Northern Illinois.
oh my gosh, but then they come back and pound Purdue. I mean, and then they beat, what is that? What's the tech school that they like beat that they weren't supposed to? Gosh, I'm not good. They won a game that they weren't supposed to, then they came back and lost to a,
Yeah.
yeah, and then,
They beat,
gosh, I can't even remember.
and Indiana goes out and beats in the Rose Bowl,
Yeah.
UCLA.
Yeah. No, he just lined out his semester abroad, so he'll be abroad January 26th through June. So he's gonna spend 2 to 3 months in Europe,
Okay,
and then he'll spend,
they have like a sister campus.
no, I don't know, I don't really know how it works. I don't know his sister campus, I guess I shouldn't say that, I don't know. But he'll, every student does 1 semester abroad. So he's gonna spend 3 months in Europe and 2 to 3 months in Europe, and then 2 to 3 months in Sydney, Australia. So, and that'll be January through June of 26.
I know it says there's water inside the.
The infrastructure, that's just automatically being put into the county general. That boosts up our reserve for that.
So there might be bottled water or something out
Yeah.
there.
It's kind of hard to keep track of all this stuff where.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I mean, I
Oh,
wish
yeah,
that
well, I appreciate it.
it was understood that I'm part of the team, not that, oh my gosh, I'm trying to be an 8th council member. I'm just trying to,
Well, I mean, you're
I'm the one that does this full time.
the county's financial advisor person. Stan, how many years you been living there now? How many years you been living there on Bullsart Street, or Joel's house?
Since 2019, November.
Almost 5 years already.
Yeah. Doesn't seem possible.
Right down the road.
A lot of things happen between now and then, that's for sure,
Yeah.
family-wise and stuff, so.
Tell you what, anymore, you got your health, you got a lot.
Yeah. That's the whole key, that's the key, you know?
Why?
I've lost 2 classmates in the last couple
No,
months.
just to
Yeah.
discuss great.
It's kind of a reality check.
Yeah.
Pretty hard on you
Nobody's
sometimes,
You are
guaranteed
pretty
tomorrow.
hard on me sometimes.
but you know why?
One had a heart attack, and one had cancer.
We've lost a lot of classmates, and,
You may disagree,
Well,
but
you
I can
graduated.
be around it.
65.
And then we agree on the same
Joe
thing.
graduated in 67, I think, or 66.
Joe was in my brother's class, Harold.
Just-
Harold.
Just what? I won't hit you with this real. That lady at St. Paul did that to me one time. Hey,
I
you
think
get
Joe was
real.
66.
My dad
In
was,
kindergarten I did.
so my dad, I went to a
One
Catholic
time,
school.
okay. I was a
I did get sent to Principal
I
James.
actually got my
Sister
ears
James.
pulled by Miss Beth.
I went Catholic schools till seventh or eighth grade, seventh or eighth grade. I moved over, yeah, eighth grade. My dad was left-handed, and he got slapped till he changed right.
That hurts. That actually hurts.
I'm a lefty. I didn't get switched.
It was hard being left-handed.
Are you left-handed? Did they not switch you?
What do you
They
mean?
tried.
They tried?
My dad was left-handed, he went in and said, you leave him alone. You know,
Really?
What do you
yeah, I'd
mean,
come back
they
with
switched?
bruises
They,
on my knuckles.
They switched, he was left-handed, and
Oh,
they switched him to where he,
What do you
they
mean?
used to do that.
They
Like you
remind,
got
yeah,
hit
they
because
used
you were
to,
using
they
your
used
left
to say,
hand?
Yeah.
we don't
You mean
want
they
you
took a ruler
left-handed.
to you, a switch, because you're using your left hand?
Kelly, when I was first
You're
grade, I was
kidding me,
left-handed,
no.
but the nuns over at St. Mark's, they tried to get right-handed. They took a ruler.
Yep.
smacked her. I tried to
They
hang
did.
up bruises.
Oh.
Yeah, they did that to my dad, yeah.
To this day, I tell you, that's why I can't write, because I got.
But that wasn't the only reason,
But
was
they
it?
did.
Is that why you have floppy handwriting? Is that what you're saying?
Hell yeah.
I don't think that was the only reason
Why
they
not?
smacked.
They're good, right?
We want,
Yeah.
start back,
Make sure this.
I'm not sure where we're at.
Guess we're still on solid waste.
It's 110, Ben.
Go to finish it,
Feels like it's about 4.
whatever, decide something on
Okay.
it. I think,
What are we doing?
we'll move
Sorry.
on, we'll move on.
You want
Okay.
to Any suggestions or?
I want to use the interest money, but I want them to create an ordinance or whoever has to do that, the finance committee, and set aside the interest money. Even if you just want to say from 2024, there's nothing that says the ordinance can't be changed later to where, you know, the 2024 interest goes in, then all future interest goes in, and then they buy their equipment, what they need to make it more efficient, get the process down, get the true cost of what it's going to cost to operate this. And then if we need less, then we'll just back it out and say, okay, well, we put 50% of the interest or 20% of the interest or whatever it is, and then the rest can come back and do whatever you want with it.
Who's on the finance committee?
It's all three commissioners and the treasurer.
Do they have a vote? Or
They're the ones that would have to create an ordinance, I believe, that
is that
says where the
their only
interest money
job?
goes.
I mean, they don't decide on,
Uh,
or it's our
I don't
decision
know,
to
I'd
tell
have to look
them.
at their other job duties, but I know that's who's on the committee.
They would, it's my understanding that they are the ones in charge of directing where the interest goes, and if they don't, like Chris said, it goes into the general fund. But they can create an ordinance to say this is where the interest money's to go. Like before, they had, you said the one where it kind of just divvied up for different departments. We didn't understand it, but at the time, whoever did that, that's what they chose.
Mhm.
And just like they chose to do that, and then it was undone.
Yep.
They said, we're not gonna do that anymore, so.
I just think that was done, there wasn't an ordinance put together, so we didn't have anything to go back and look on that. So that's
And
why.
you don't know when it was
Yeah,
done
we
or
don't know
anything.
when it was done, so
So-
that's why.
It's not, just because there's an ordinance doesn't mean it's set in stone forever. It doesn't mean it can't be modified. It doesn't mean after 1 year of seeing what the true expenses are and all the efficiencies are coming through, we say, okay. Or maybe you just switch gears altogether and you figure something out for the next year. That's okay. I
So
mean, but
this is something that we would do, we'd be revisit it within a year.
yeah, sure. That, absolutely. See where it is, watch it. See what's going on. I mean, you can do that with any ordinance. You can do that with any, you know, it's not, we act like it's kind of like forever. If you put something in place, it could change at any time with somebody bringing it up and saying, hey, I want to modify that. Look how many times they changed the edit plan. That changes, you know, they could change it right now if they wanted to.
Keith, what you mentioned, you 200,000 earlier suggestion?
So my only question is,
Because I think they need to, there's some damn many loose ends. And I don't see where we should, or the taxpayers should.
We cannot decide this. We have to go in the budget and cut. See, we need to get to that, huh? We can't hash this all out here.
what do
We
you
just
mean?
need to go with the budget and try to cut the 117,000.
I mean,
And
we
and
can do
leave the
that
544 lay there? Is
in-
that what
in
your
the general
thoughts
budget.
are, Stan? Stan?
I'd like to have the 544, I'd like to have all of 2000, what is it, where are we in, 24? All of 2024's interest set aside, or ask the finance committee to do that, set it aside in an ordinance, and all future interest for, and when we start 25 to start going that way, let them get the equipment that they need for their capital projects and things to make it more efficient. Once the efficiencies are there, you'll know what it's gonna cost, because you're gonna have your employees figured out, you're gonna have your wages figured out, you're gonna have all these things. And then we'll have a true number of what it costs, and then at that time, if there's too much money there, which I suspect there's probably gonna be, we can cut it back. If the interest rates drop in half instead of 5 and they're at 2 or 3%, then we'll know, you know, we'll be able to watch and pay attention, and we can ask them to modify that at any time.
Do we have to make a motion to create that ordinance? to do this?
We can't create it. We would just, I think, David, if it's correct, like pull this out and say that that's the intention. We could motion that that's the intention. That's what we
You
would
would
want
just
to
zero
do.
out, you would not fund any of this through the general fund. So when you're doing the budget right now,
Mhm.
you would just switch solid waste to zero
That's correct.
and then do that. But I think what you were saying is that you wanted to just, or you said you wanted to just fund it through the general? And then just cut the
The way I
117?
understood
Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
well, it's included now in the general, right?
And we would still have 117 to cut.
Cut what we can, go through the budget, see if we can cut any more. I don't see anything else in there, but
Yeah, but look, I mean, if it wouldn't be for this 544,000,
it's there, Keith.
it don't have to be there, Stan. I just,
That's what I would like to do to free up some money here so that we can do some other things, because if you do that well, I guess we need to go through the rest of the funds and see what's what and where the losses are. But in the general, we would no longer have the 117 to cut. We would actually have like what, a surplus to say, okay, now Keith, do you want to set aside 100,000 for equipment every year or whatever it is? I mean, because I know that you mentioned that you were concerned about that. Do you want to look at employee raises? Do you want to look at adding a jail officer? Do you want to look at, all the things that we cut, we can go back and look at all those things that way.
If we were to do what you're saying and then, work through this, and then you'll be at some point be able to see what that
Where
will
we're
do to your.
But what you're,
Within the budget, or are you talking the revenue?
The overall,
Well,
okay.
Both,
I was talking both.
both.
The 38% you were talking about, like,
How much would that actually drop it, is what,
Yeah, because I pulled it,
I know it would.
pull, so if we pull money out, so that's gonna affect the ending cash balance.
correct.
And then if we don't put it in general anymore, which I'm not against, I think that's a great idea, to put that in a separate fund, then that's gonna lower your revenue for 2025 too. So it's gonna affect two pieces. It's gonna affect your ending balance
Right,
for 24, and then it's gonna affect
Going
your
forward.
revenue in general going forward. So it's gonna completely change that 38%, that
Right.
It will.
estimated 38%.
It'll go down, no doubt, but
I was just wanting to see.
And I'm just saying, again, that I think that's a wonderful idea, but it's adding another fire. You could have been saying to do
Right.
this to fund EMS, to fund Popper, but now we've got another thing.
and
That's
and
if-
where we're at though.
if we do this,
I
we
mean,
can
You don't
free up.
have to be there though.
And
You
if
don't
we,
have to be there.
Why?
we can say don't fund solid waste and it's over.
You
We
can
can say
fund
that.
solid waste, then don't no fund solid waste, and then they have to go back to the drawing board and figure things out.
They voted to dissolve. They're in the
It's not
process of
dissolved until
dissolving.
November.
They're in the process of
It's not
dissolving.
dissolved
It's in
till
the
November.
process.
And I'm sorry, but as a county, that has not been, I'm ashamed of how that's been ran for the last however many years.
After all
And
I
I think the
know
county does
about
need
the
to take it over and have
inefficiencies
oversight and watch
of
it.
what's been going on with the solid waste, I'm glad
That's a mess.
the county is taking it over. We need a solid waste. Whether we show that we get the pain right now and for a year or two until we can get the efficiencies in this, then I think it's better off having the solid waste in control of the county commissioners.
Solid waste and funding for 400.
but we got other deficits to look at.
What is it you said?
He was saying,
Instead of funding the whole 544,000 to take out the 117 that we're short and fund solid waste for 427,000 for next year. Set that up.
Well,
And
There's
if it's gonna be more efficient, that should be enough. But
There's
if it's
other
not,
areas, I think, in the general that you need to look at too, because we haven't even looked at Popper.
Yes.
I don't think you guys, there's other areas that you're gonna go back to, so I don't think it's
Oh,
necessarily just
Yeah.
being short. Right now, on
Right.
paper, we're short the 117,
I
but I
agree with
think there's going to be
that. More expensive.
more expenses.
I agree.
Yeah,
We need to,
I think
we
we
need to try to
go through
properly
the
cut
budgets.
as
If
close as
we
can.
find any more, cut into that 117,000. And then we'll see what we have. I don't see anything
So you
in there.
so you're wanting to go
Looked
I
at-
forward
don't wanna
and
do
then
that.
coming
But-
back to solid waste?
What's that?
You're wanting
You wanna
to go
just keep
forward
cutting and
coming
see
back
where we're
to
at?
solid waste? You're wanting to go forward and then come back to solid waste?
Cut a lot.
Yeah. We may not be able to cut another 2,000 or 3,000, but I
Well, we
mean,
went through it one time,
unless you wanna just do what
and I agree with
Gail
that.
said.
I
yes.
really do like the ideas of splitting it up, getting general to where it's, putting the interest in a separate fund, you seeing where those dollars are funding. I think we really need to get that
Be
organized,
intentional.
intentional, that's the word I was looking for that you keep using. But, do that where it's not just one big pot that everything's
General
thrown
fund.
into, which I think general, we need to get edit
edit broke down because it's one big pot and so much manual figuring has to be done monthly for me to figure out how much of this is this and for edit, because I have to know of those other dollars, how much is for the highway, how much is for this,
Mhm.
and it's just one big pot. So I mean,
Yeah,
I
that
totally
So creating those funds.
creating those
I think
funds
that's
is
a great
something I
idea.
would like.
Not just for
For
you, but for
sure.
us. to
Yes,
see.
absolutely. We make things
So
more.
even with the edit plan, that's still not helping you with that,
It's still one big pot
right.
because
Oh, yeah,
so
you're
you
still
have to go
pulling.
by the account line.
You got all those still in that
The
one
cash
pot.
balance is one big pot,
Yes.
but I can go by account line and see how much, so instead of just looking at the fund as a
Right.
whole, I have to go by account line
Yeah.
and look at the receipt lines, just kind of like what we do in general, like the bank interest. It's in there as a receipt line item. I can't look at that fund as a whole and say, okay, this much money's went in there, this much has been expended.
Okay, I see.
And when you're looking at account lines and fund reporting, you have different account lines for receipts and
And for
different account
expenses.
lines for expenses. So you have to, there's no way of saying, okay, well, this money paid for this, because it's all one big. So,
It's not
Can we-
isolated into one.
Can we do this? Can we, since we paid Baker Tilly?
Mhm.
I'm salty.
I'm gonna pay that.
Okay, since we hired Baker Tilly to help us with this budget session, can we set this solid waste aside? Can we do that, give them a proposal for the interest, taking 2000, this is
That'll
just an
change the
idea, taking the
comprehensive
2024 interest and then all future interest going in. Right now, at 100%, it will probably be less
I see
needed.
where you're going.
And then ask them what that does to our overall everything, where it is, and then we'll just keep working on the budget, this other stuff, all the other things we have to do. And then maybe tomorrow we can come back and maybe they can have something,
I
some
just
numbers
don't know
for
if I
us.
can get that today, because see, here's the
Well, I
whole
mean,
thing,
tomorrow.
or tomorrow.
Okay.
Because like today, they're not able to be here
Yeah.
because they're at other counties
Okay.
at their budget session. We didn't ask them to come to our budget session because that would cost more than the
My
$35.
assumption was they were coming. I just automatically thought for $30,000 they would be here.
That's what I thought.
That's
I
a
thought they was gonna
lot
meet.
of
I
money.
I thought there was going to
That's
be
a lot of money.
more, I thought there was gonna be more meetings with you guys.
This is crazy. We got a
Through there,
draft and
we're
I
all-
got no final.
And
I got
then
nothing.
basically an email
So
that
I'm
says,
gonna
hey,
challenge
these.
that bill too when it comes in.
Chris, if you put every budget back to where they were submitted, the requested budget, put everything back to where it was.
Mhm.
And take out this 544, 958, how much would the council have to cut?
41,000. Because we were over 585 with everything in there, so if you take off 544, 41,000. And if you take off, I mean, you gotta remember too, the jail,
Yeah, we
the
got budget.
jailer was budgeted in 2 places, so if you don't fund that out of general, then you're
Well, there's
under.
still a few things.
And there's few things,
You know, we could do that inmate housing still,
But
for the
that's-
meals, we could do some of those other things.
Yeah.
There's no reason to not do some of those things. But I just think, you don't think we could get some preliminary numbers on where
Well, I
we would
could
be
try. I could
percentage wise?
I know
Do you know what
Susan,
I'm saying? It
I can reach out to Angie, who's been, Susan's
seems like they
assistant.
could plug our stuff in. and-
Let me message Susan right now and tell her to call me, and then I can
So-
ask her.
So.
But are
this would be-
you talking about financing just the 544,000?
No.
Or are you
Well,
giving them just a blank
the-
checkbook and telling them?
No,
whatever
this
what you
would be
need,
their budget.
whatever?
No, this would be their budget, but then I would say 2024, just say from January 1st till start. I don't know how that has to work. I don't know that the finance committee can go back with an ordinance, but we could do an additional appropriation for the difference if we needed to, or maybe we don't do it and we start it today and going forward or whatever.
You mean a transfer, not an additional?
Well, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
I know what you meant.
Because I don't know that the finance committee can say, okay, I'm gonna go back to January 1 and take all the interest with this ordinance. It's probably an ordinance that has to start, if I had to guess, it
For
has to
January.
start
It's gotta go
today or the
forward.
day that they do it.
It's gotta go
And then
forward.
going forward, but then they could also ask for, I don't know if it would be the commissioners or the finance committee, could ask for a transfer of money from the general account for the, Amanda keeps track and Chris of what we have in interest from January till the date of whatever. Go ahead and slide that all over in there. They still have this budget they have to follow. It doesn't mean they don't have to try to follow their budget and figure that out, but they have some money for capital expenses to get the efficiencies going. That'll give them a cushion. The interest could continue to go in there and fund in there until we figure out, we need 1 year. We need a year to figure out what does this really look like? What is it gonna be? And then at that time, they could always go back and say, we don't need half of that interest. Let's just say only 50% of the interest and redo the ordinance, and then that funds it.
If they've already budgeted, if they've already received 800,000, and this budget's 544,958, and we've said, we probably aren't gonna need all of that. Why would we transfer 800,000?
Because we don't know. They're getting paid $8 an hour, some of these employees, and they want to raise some of that stuff. We don't know about this insurance, what they're on right now, what they're going to come to the county insurance, how many employees they're going to need to run this operation. We don't know. All that stuff's not worked out.
So they're basically for 2025.
So we need
the way
1
you
year to
want it,
figure that out.
They're gonna have $1.3 million to play with.
It's not to play with, and I don't see them just spending it just because. I mean,
I'm not
you know,
accusing that.
Here's the whole thing
I know what you
saying
mean. The
The county's gonna run this.
Yeah, that's
It would
that's
be,
the county.
I mean, that's where I'm trying to explain too. There's so many unknown. So is this gonna be added accounts payable on the county? You
I
know,
think that there's,
so, I
that's
mean, the
some of
whole
the stuff
intention,
that they're working
all
through.
this,
That's some
I
of
don't
the
know what
stuff.
else it's gonna have to be.
So what,
The way the commissioners are eyeballing it now, it's coming to your office.
well, they didn't say that, but it's
county
gotta
side
go
of it.
somewhere.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
gonna- I mean,
whether
there's
they
no-
hire a director or they hire a position or they
but
add
in the
someone to
end,
an
even if you
office.
hire a director, all payroll,
Yeah.
all accounts payable.
Yes.
So
They're county
it's
employees.
gonna be another fund funneled through.
I
Through
think
there.
saying here's $1 million
Mhm.
is not a good idea, because that's
Okay.
taking it from here. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. If this
No.
is their budget submitted, then transfer that amount, and here you guys live with this, and we'll figure it out next year.
I don't think that's a good idea because they still don't
Giving
know.
them endless funds doesn't sound.
It's absolutely not endless funds. And did you listen to what he said? That they need equipment to be able to bring efficiencies to this. And if you don't have that equipment,
But you
then
got a $100,000 grant that's gonna be for equipment, right?
if you get it, he doesn't know that he's gonna get it. He did apply for that.
That's probably gonna be
It's like
close to-
$23,000.
Maybe,
It's probably gonna be close to
You agree?
100,000 or more.
let's come
We
back
don't
and
know
visit solid waste.
We don't know that.
I
Later
mean,
this
I
evening,
think
this
taking
afternoon.
all of that
We're not
is not
meeting
wise.
yet.
Well,
Waste
that's,
management,
you're the
all right.
assessor and we're the council, we have to figure that out. So
That's not a wise
that's,
choice, it doesn't make sense.
that's our choice.
Okay,
And again, we can always transfer it back or make changes. So I'd rather have enough than not enough, and then we're in a situation.
I think maybe at this point, we should probably go forward, and come
Okay.
back to solid waste.
I agree.
Can you ask him?
I did, I just texted her.
Olga?
No, I texted her
About
to call me.
Okay. So
Texted
you
her
can
to call me.
explain.
I didn't wanna send all that in text. I asked her
Don't
to
say
call
that
me.
might be hard to
So if she
understand.
calls, I'll step out. So you wanting to go back to the beginning of general, or you wanting to move on with the other funds and kind of get the
Go
other
to the other
funds
fund.
moved
I think
out?
we go to the funds.
Yeah, get the other ones moved out. So health, remember, you need to cut, the exact amount is $8,929, so $9,000.
How much is it?
$8,929 is what you're over. And these are, this is a max levy fund, but basically you are within the general reassessment and health, even though they are levy funds. The reason we're needing to cut is because you're over on expenditures compared to your annual revenue. So if you don't cut, then you're going to be cutting into your cash balance. Now, I did do some looking after I got this, and I think I told you guys yesterday. I feel like the health for years has, and this is where I'm telling you this, but things could change, employees can change or whatever, but they have over budgeted for group insurance. Last year, they budgeted $187,754, but that's only, am I right, Kelly? That's only as of June for the 20,000. So for the first 6 months, they only expended $20,776. Now, here's what people need you guys to inform you of.
this pays for their premium, and then also we are self-insured.
Mhm.
Am I saying this correctly? This is something new I learned last year. So for every, just so people countywide know too, being self-insured, the county pays the first 60,000 on everything. So every belly button, they don't say head, the county pays every bill up to 60,000. Insurance doesn't pay anything till the county let me rephrase that. The employee meets their deductible, then the county pays up to 60,000. So insurance doesn't pay. So that's where you kind of have to be
For
prepared
every covered person.
for every covered person, because you could potentially pay $60,000. Like for my family, I have 4 people in my family. So 4 times 60 is the county could be responsible in 1 year for.
And that's not
240,000.
being covered in here.
Huh?
That's not being covered in here.
Yeah, this is just premiums. and
This
stuff.
is just premiums and whatever. So that's just where I'm saying,
So you're telling me their claims are a part of the million?
yes, 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 yes. But we have a health fund. Yeah, we have a health fund.
Like the reserve
Yeah,
fund?
we have the
that you
reserve fund,
Okay.
yes. Which
The
has.
million's just every
The
year.
reserve.
That million is the county portion.
County portion.
Of paying
The premiums,
insurance.
okay.
Yeah.
And then the
Okay.
employee pays
But
their
you're saying the
portion,
health-
all this goes
The health
into
claims
one
are coming
fund.
out of that other fund.
Out of that one fund,
Yes.
yes.
So
That's where
no,
all the
David, you're not
claims are
right.
made.
That's
How
not the
come?
60.
How come? They can't come out of it? How come?
Because in a payroll, you have your county portion and you have the employee portion.
Yeah, sure.
You can't put it into that general fund, you put it into a medical claim fund,
Mhm.
and that money sits there, and that's where all the claims are paid out of.
I guess I meant how come they're only paying the premium portion?
Like if that 60,000, it would come out of that. If someone did.
Yes, the 60 would come
Out
out
of that medical
medical
fund.
fund.
That
Yes.
comes from every county employee.
Yes.
That's not, they don't have their
Whoever
own.
is on
And on
the
insurance.
Well, correct, but they don't have their own.
No.
You're saying the health department doesn't cover that, it's just for the premiums.
Premiums.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
Where's Tara?
Okay.
So currently right now with what we're at for the
Mhm.
premiums, in the 6 months, we paid 20. They have budgeted 87. Now, could
We
that
don't know if there might be a change.
There
Maybe
might be a
somebody's
change
adding
in
on. or maybe-
employee, there might be a change of a dependent that adds on, but I went back 3 years and they have been under budget for the last 3 years. So I'm just advising, as an advisement, that at this current time, if you wanted to just cut that down,
Can we take the 8929
So what you're
out of
telling
that
me is-
96?
What you're telling me
Is that
is
what
you
you-
wanna look at the history.
yes.
Recommended
Do
or
it.
not?
Okay, I got it.
Yes, you see what I'm saying? So looking on the history, I think that you can make an easy cut there of there for
Is there a
a
motion
nine.
on that, or
But-
can I do-
But
I would-
also,
I
we
would
didn't
give-
have,
Tara's here, maybe what's she?
should we already do?
Maybe she knows something we don't know.
Chris, what, did we already take the salaries back to?
And we already took the salaries back, so there's no, I guess let me plug that in. Hold on. Let me tell you where you're at now with taking the salaries, because we just focused on the general. We didn't do that with, health. So let's do that. Thank you, Kelly.
Terry, do you think would be okay
I'm
if
getting on that.
we're waiting on the number, the
I like your idea of
8929
looking at the
could
history for
possibly
the last 3
change?
years,
Do you
get the
think
average.
it would be
Remember
okay,
what I
in your
thought that number?
opinion, to take the 8929 out of that,
I
out
can't
of that
think, I don't
group
have
insurance,
concerns. It's the health.
out of that 96,000?
I thought that.
I mean, I know that it's just gonna be a guess.
I wouldn't try to take it. Just wanted to get it like the light bulb. I agree with what she said.
You've got plenty.
Yeah.
But we haven't taken the raises out yet, because we did that, because we're at 309,
We'd be okay.
469.
We've always thought we were a little bit high on that.
Well, it's always better to be.
So you don't have any, expect any
309.
changes in, okay.
Yeah, 309, 469. With the changes that you guys made yesterday, which I think on health, all you did was take the raises out
And longevity.
and longevity, you guys are
We already covered it.
under 19,051.
We're under 19,000, so we don't have to cut nothing.
Yes.
Not at this point.
Not at this point.
Not right now.
Not right now.
So that changes that. Yeah, because we had, yesterday, remember you guys took it back to just the no raises. So as with taking that off, that puts you to where you're, under $19,051. So if you guys add anything back in, then we're going there. But I was just telling you that
But if we
looked
did,
back.
it sounds like if we did go back there, it would
if you
still
did
be
go back,
okay
you can yeah.
to
I think
adjust
that would be appropriate. We've talked numerous times about that insurance, and trying to see, where we feel like we should be on that. So I think that's fine.
As long as you don't have any knowledge
I don't-
that someone's gonna pop on it like they told you, or,
No.
I mean, circumstances could change at any time. That's
Circumstances
what's
could change for
scary about
anybody any
insurance.
day, at any time, but as of right now,
There's
no, I don't
qualifying
foresee there
events that
being any problems.
allow someone to change tomorrow.
So you definitely want to cushion that, but,
I agree.
but yeah. So health, you guys are at, the grand total, which I gave you guys that yesterday, I believe. No, did we do that
No.
yesterday?
No,
Okay, so taking the raises out of health, it brings it to 309,469.
Raises and longevity.
Yeah, taking raise and longevity, yeah. So you went from $338,064 to 309,469.
Where'd you get to 338?
And we got 337.
That's the new numbers.
Well, I think when we redid, what'd you guys have?
337, 479.
Oh, maybe you redid the, for the
Social Security.
for the
was
53
15.
weeks.
Huh?
Oh, you did a half a week.
53
half a
weeks.
Add that half.
We did that half a week.
With the new proposed.
Yeah.
Did you do those, do you have those numbers there, those new numbers?
Yeah.
Individual?
Can we do
Could you
those?
read those off?
Health officer, 9816. 49854. 36999. 47868. 42938. 14342. 19898. And then the insurance stayed the same. Longevity 0.
So the
that's
87,754 for the insurance, because we kept it the same.
Not 96.
As this year. We kept it
We
the
kept
same
it
as
the
this
same
year.
as this year.
You're still saying that that's plenty based on,
You're looking,
Your-
to me,
your
in my
3 years.
opinion, it's cushioned by 25 to 30,000.
I'd rather be that.
We looked at that heavily.
Yeah.
And I think I even talked to you about it too.
And that's where you're looking at the last 3 years.
Mhm.
And I like that method, by the way. Even
You
with
might have a
copper,
lot of green in
even with
us.
copper.
We have a lot of green in us. We like to look at the numbers and the history.
So you wanna go to Q?
Yeah.
May I ask just a
Oh, yes.
question? Yesterday, obviously, I was not in here, but do you have a planning and zoning plan? I know it was discussed yesterday, but I missed it.
I will update everybody, there is a planning and zoning meeting.
October 14th. October
14th.
14th, which will have to be out here because it's early voting. I emailed Mandy last night. Actually talked to Nicole this morning. There's early voting that starts, so it'll have to be out here. So,
And then the health board will have to re-meet to,
That was my
But-
assumption from the last health board meeting, but
there has to be a job description by somebody. Drew up to present to the health board, from what I understood from
I
that
think that
same
was
meeting.
their request, yes,
Correct.
is that they would like, the 2 questions that we've all had.
Compensation and
Yeah.
description.
Has any of that changed in the past, since our health board meeting, or we're all on this?
The budget for planning and zoning is 0. The whole thing got slashed out.
So the plan could be to put the duties on someone without,
That's correct.
Compensation.
okay,
Plan is for Kim to get that position,
To take on.
just add on.
understanding that that is going to, that
We're gonna be part of her job duties.
The other question that was asked at the health board meeting that I have also brought up, David, is about the comp time. That it could potentially, that's another, it's not just the salary question, that is a valid question.
Is that what she said, that right now she's training and then eventually thought that it would be okay, or?
I mean, you were at that meeting too, that's the thought, but that's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
I presented the comp time hours, that she's had all year.
I just took it that she seemed to think that it was going to kind of take care of itself. She thought, or was hoping, I think.
Once the training was through.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the health board, had valid concerns and valid questions about that too.
I guess the question is too, with this, is Kim only going to be responsible, I guess, which will be in the job description, which I don't know who's drawn that up. Because personnel policy hasn't met at all. Personnel policy handbook hasn't been notified to me on that at all.
Is it the council's responsibility to do the job descriptions? Didn't we go through those when you did that wage study? Remember when you updated those? Was it 22? I wasn't here, but.
I wasn't here, so no, none of my staff was here.
Okay. Remember when they went through,
I
Tara?
remember.
I think it was 22. I could be wrong. I wasn't here, but I
It was
remember it.
22. It was like the end of 21, Pam was still here.
Yes.
But I think
so.
it took effect in 22.
Okay, maybe it was 21, but they had to go through and verify what your job duties were and all those things, and then the department heads had to sign off on it.
Job,
Yes.
right, job.
Kelly's with HR, yeah.
I think
so. Isn't it that the handbook committee puts it
Yes.
together and then it
That's what
goes
I thought it
forward
was.
to the next?
So in the
Councilor,
handbook
that's what
committee,
I
so what I'm
remember.
stating is, you all met with the health board. We're on the personnel policy handbook committee.
And
We haven't even been notified, so again, this is another thing that's dead in the water, just sitting, to not be done. But what my question is to make sure it's understanding, which I don't want to beat a dead horse again, but here we are back talking about something we've already talked about. Is Kim, I guess in the job description, is Kim's responsibility only going to be to worry about building permits that inspect septic, which is what she deals with right now? What's going to happen with all the other ones that don't entail a septic? Because if those are not considered, we are not gonna have the revenue of property taxes on that for 5 years.
She's already doing the septic permits.
Yes.
She was doing the septic permits, but my
So-
question the entire time, which I think Chris is alluding to, is what about the people who don't need a building
Yeah.
permit in conjunction with a septic?
If she's
That
only
will
gonna be doing that.
absolutely incur comp time, how could it not?
It'll take up her time.
If Kim is here, we can absolutely pull her in, but when you already have any position that is working 40 hours per week and getting comp time for whatever reason, when you add job duties to that, of course, we're gonna ask about comp time. And the compensation question came about because of the comments that I initially asked you, David, and when I talked to Mandy. So I feel like they're valid questions, but I don't know how.
So
I do worry about the comp time because I think that it is being presented that a building permit will go along, and it'll be an easy, seamless transition. She can just fill out a building permit with a septic. But that is not the only time you get a building permit.
Sure. That's why I'm
And I'm
asking, is it gonna be her
concerned.
responsibility to do those other?
That's my concern.
I think that is the responsibility, though. Judy didn't do the septic permits to begin with. She's already been doing those. So his responsibilities, correct, were to do the building permits, not the septic. The septic's always been done by Kim.
No, but you're missing what I'm
So-
saying. Is she only going to be doing the
No.
building permits that go in hand
No,
with the septic?
no.
Or is she also going to be
That wouldn't be my
responsible
intention. It would be
for
all the
building
building
permits
permits.
that don't entail
The
a septic?
50-some that you have
Because if
every
that's
year
the
or
case,
40 to
it's going to
50-some.
be more work
More comp
and
time.
more stuff. That's
That's
Okay.
my only question.
If you need anything, let me know.
Concern.
I mean, I don't make the decisions, but I guess my idea would be that she would take on those duties of the non-septic building permits also. So it's good for the public. Correct, all building permits. If someone needs a septic, great, then they can get both of them there it
My
would be better.
assumption was
if
that that's the way it's going to be. I never agreed that there's,
Has to be
You still
issued,
say,
and then she has to make
I
sure
don't
that
do that.
it per,
Right.
before they can
do
issue
all
the building permit.
Okay, but I mean, the same place, the same person, instead of running through the courthouse and then out here. I think it would be more efficient for the residents and the
I
people
don't disagree.
to have one contact for that, so that they know where they're going, and it's not
But-
like, oh, maybe Junie or maybe whoever.
And I understand that
And out here,
totally, but
but my
my
intention would
concern
be all
as
of it.
a department head as a health board,
Mhm.
we have valid concerns. And I know you said you don't make the decision.
Yep.
But yesterday during the meeting, you kind of alluded to in the end, it is
Well, the council, I do believe it, not me personally only.
The
Yes, you're
council's
correct,
decision.
you're correct.
you alluded to that yesterday.
Yes, you're correct.
So we did take into consideration my concerns, Kim's concerns, the health board.
Mhm.
But in the end, if it's just up to the council, we've also asked the planning and zoning board. I just hope that everyone is looking at it from a full picture.
Mhm.
That's all I ask. And the compensation was, I heard what you said yesterday,
Mhm.
that was a legitimate question.
What?
My biggest concern is
What was it?
that this is drug on for over a year and we still don't have an answer.
Yep.
And the answer that we got has got big question marks all around it. Is it a good idea?
Right, and it's not anything personal or petty or anything
No.
like that, but it is a legitimate question. If you have any employee in an office who's already accruing comp time and is already at 40 hours a week, that has been my question the entire time. Kim does a great job no matter what she does, and if you tell her that she needs to do this, she will do it, and she will do a good job at it. I have no doubt about that.
And
But I'm
probably,
saying if you're-
in all honesty, cut herself short on comp time, but still she's gonna build comp time.
But
She's already matched
yes, she's
to
right, and
the-
that's my concern. Why would you put it on? And have you asked other health departments if their departments do planning and zoning? Because I did. And I can't come up with one that does. To me, it's not a health related, in a nutshell, thing. And that's been my question the whole time. I'm not trying to be argumentative at all. It's a concern. When you have an employee that's getting comp time for whatever reason, how can you justify, and I think it's just being presented in a way that is not full picture. If you were saying the only time you will see blank person for a building permit is in conjunction with a permit you are already getting, easy, makes sense. But that's not what's happening. This person, whoever takes it, will issue building permits, whether you're building a house and need a septic or you don't.
Maybe
So-
50-ish a year is, I think, what they're about right now, so.
Okay, but still, it's adding to whether it's 50 or 25 or 150. How do we know it's only gonna be 50 next year?
Yeah.
We don't know. So I don't want to, that's been my concern the whole time. How can we honestly take an employee that is working 40+ hours a week and say, here you go?
And she's, and we're gonna run into the same problem we have now with part-time planning and zoning.
Mhm.
She's got to be out checking these septics. So if she's not here, we're back to square one. Somebody comes in to get a permit and there's nobody there to issue it. So,
Well, she does make appointments.
And-
She's very good about making appointments
yeah,
and stuff like
but,
that.
you know, I totally agree.
Yeah.
We're adding more on to somebody that's already full.
So who's
And-
not
and it-
full? Do you have a suggestion of somebody who's not full with
I
their current hours?
I put that, okay, so I went to the planning and zoning April 29th because I had talked about it and I was like, listen, I personally was like, I'll do it, we'll do it. The auditor's office, we do mapping, we do all that, okay. And my whole thought was put it on a non-one-man show office. That was the big point. You know, I had mentioned the assessor, but then the assessor was like, we don't want it, we can't deal with money, blah, blah, blah. So then I was like, okay, then. I explained to them that if we have started it at a part-time, okay,
You mean
And-
add a person?
add a person,
That a half a person.
move that part-time person, move Junie into my office, which of course you're not gonna, be able to just pay, to get a qualified person. You gotta pay to get qualified people. And then if they're out and about, if they're part-time, so if they're not there, if they're out and about doing inspection, I don't wanna use that word, 'cause they don't inspect. If they're, out and about in the county, looking.
Enforcing people that don't get permits.
Yes, because they've got to go out and look and see, use the hearing of, hey, I think so-and-so's building this. Go out there, check and see if they have a permit, whatever. If they're out and about, then we have more people in our office, which is exactly what we're doing right now for Randy Cole, is we're starting the process. Here's the paper. You can either fill it out and we'll email it to him, or you can email it to him.
Can you get it online?
That's another thing. I do believe I talked to you guys in February about wanting, our website is not at the capacity it needs to be at. It needs to be revamped. We have to go around to get to our elbow to even upload stuff.
You've got some stuff on there though. You can put a form on there that they can print off.
Where at? You got we put it under the auditor's office. You can add a plan, we need to add a
Planning and
planning and zoning. We don't have the capacity right now to add a page. We can't do that. We don't have that. So anyway, yes, I think we need to get things online. There's a lot of things we need to do. But I presented that to the planning and zoning, and April 29th, they were on board.
They were in agreement. There wasn't a vote taken.
Nope, there wasn't a
But there
vote,
was
but they were in agreement.
The majority of agreement.
Yep, made sense. And then it went, and I'm not saying that I just don't think it's right to add two points to it. A, if she's only gonna do building permits with septic tanks, you're gonna miss a lot. That if that's not the case, and she's gonna do building permits for non-septic tank bills, you're adding job duties onto somebody who's already working 40 plus hours a week. And I stated that back in April. And she's a very hardworking woman, but you can only do so much in so many days.
I think it's
I
excellent
wasn't
that
at
she's
that meeting,
willing
so did she
to
say she's
accept,
willing to do it?
but I don't think it's a good idea.
Health board meeting?
When Kim was asked, was she willing to take on those duties to do the building permits? Did she say she could
I
do
will-
that?
She said that, yes, she thinks it's doable,
Okay.
and please bring her in, but I don't know that
Is she here?
until,
But here's another thing I want to say. I'm not meaning to interrupt you, but
Hang on,
go ahead.
Can we go
She's
finish?
I want
She's
to
here.
finish this.
Go ahead.
That the comment that was made, I think, yesterday was that you can change, and I'm not saying you,
Yeah,
but
the
it came from you, but that you can change job duties
That's correct.
without a salary change.
That's correct.
So I don't know, I think you need to talk to Kim about that, because that's what brought up the salary thing from the beginning. David, when I called you after that last planning and zoning meeting, you know, when I tried to reach out to you and didn't hear back from you,
On the text message on Friday evening. That's correct.
either way.
Yep.
We never
Yep.
connected past that.
Mhm.
So the question was, will there be a salary adjustment? And you said, yes, that's very likely.
And you know what we were thinking, or what I was envisioning was like something very nominal. But then whenever we met the last
At the
time
health
used,
meetings.
it was like the whole budget was wanting
Which
to
is
be
what brings
absorbed.
up that question.
So
That
that's
question
what-
didn't just, come from nowhere. There's Kim.
Yours,
Thanks for.
They weren't actually.
It's all good.
Kim, can we, I didn't make the health board meeting where you talked about, or they talked about, how this was gonna work if you were to take on all the building permits, or, you already are doing the septic permits, and then, in my mind, I was correct. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
And then taking on the portion that Junie used to do, which were the other building permits, whether they need a septic
That's
or
not
not.
been determined.
Right.
I mean, that's.
Right, technically the job duties, I mean, I guess he obviously had a job description, I don't know if it's accurate or it needs to be modified or those type things.
They were supposed to
That's
get
what we were, yeah,
a job description. and
Who was
they
gonna do that?
Kim,
planning and zoning.
you was under the understanding the only building permits you were gonna issue was ones that needed septic?
No,
No,
You're gonna
No.
issue all
Right,
building
okay.
permits?
right.
I've never heard that there was gonna be
No, he
until
said
today. I thought that you were
there
doing them all.
wasn't many that weren't dealing with the septic. So I do the majority of the work that has to be done for a building permit
Okay.
anyway. There would be a form, an extra form to fill out to get to the assessor's office.
Okay.
So there is extra work there,
Sure.
but it kind of streamlines it. Just like yesterday, I had someone in my office and, sending them from one building to another building and now not even to a building to say,
Right.
email this person, which
Right.
Brady's he's done a great job.
Yeah.
But, we need a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
what was,
would you be, I guess my question is, because I didn't make that meeting, would you be willing to are you able to and willing to take on those duties of doing if it was the building permits outside of the septic, because you're already doing the septic?
right. So I was under the impression that this would include added duties and added pay. And there were some issues and I said, Tara as my supervisor, Danielle as the money person. We are all gonna have extra duties if we bring this to our office. I really don't care. It's gonna affect me probably very little. What was said was, why don't we try it, see how it works? I don't know.
After they get a job description.
After the.
Sure,
You
that's
you have to know what it is.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
Yeah,
sign
yeah.
up for something you don't know what it is.
Right, and I mean, I've been so under the table with all of this, it's
Mhm.
like, you know, how many meetings have there been, and my name's been mentioned, but I've never been here. And it's like, okay, I think that someone should have
It's pretty
said,
important.
yeah, but.
And I do think Mandy has said in the meetings, the planning and zoning meetings that I've watched, that she's talked to you. Is that some? Okay.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
wanna
I
make
talked
sure.
to her a couple of
Okay.
times, so, am I willing to do it? Do I think it would streamline things? Yes.
And be more efficient for the people that are
For the
looking.
community.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And there's a lot of things that I see when I'm out in the county, because I do
Sure.
drive the county probably as much as, I don't know how much the assessor actually drives.
We're out there a lot.
So
We're out there a lot.
just an added set of eyes, if could be in your office. I mean, I don't know, is it possible to put it in your office?
We could issue them, we can't collect money.
Oh,
We can't take money.
you can't
So-
send them to like the treasurer?
So that would cause, here, I'm gonna take care of you, but I gotta send you to Kim to take care of the rest of it.
The payment.
So, you know, if we're gonna streamline it, let's do it the right way the first time.
Mhm.
You know, and the big concern, and rightfully so, you're already, your plate is full.
We talked about
Right.
the comp
So,
time, when it's
you know,
not in
adding
conjunction with the septic.
And the thing about it is, there's a lot more than just building permits, and we're all getting caught up with the planning and zoning, just building permits. There's a lot more to it that hasn't been done for a long time.
I was told that we do not, as a county, have to do that, and that it's not monetarily, because we would have to hire a person that is capable of, you know, a professional building and zoning person.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about making sure all of the zoning ordinances are in play. That's a function of planning and zoning.
Right.
If somebody comes in and petitions to change zoning, there's a lot of steps that go to that have to be done. That's one more thing added to your plate. All the FEMA flood maps, those need to be updated on a regular basis. I'm pretty sure those haven't been updated since Dan Gogol was planning and zoning
Right.
years ago when it was full time.
doesn't the planning and zoning board do that though? Because I remember a couple years ago,
No,
they went
it's-
through and
it's up
redid all
to-
the maps.
It's up to that person to get it done, and then it takes it to the planning and zoning board to get it approved.
I remember a couple years ago when, was it
But
Tara
there's
Damon
a
was on
lot
there and
that's
that
not
board
mentioned.
did those.
15, region
I
15.
sent an email.
Yeah, it wasn't
And I
me
did
doing
it.
it.
Everybody
I sent an email to
telling that all your zoning
And I think Tara was helping.
I sent an email
It
to,
wasn't Judy though.
I sent an
And that's
email
what's
to
been done
Mandy
for the
Jackson
last
from
2
Tara
years, but
that
that's not what
everything,
that
That's what I was thinking.
because she
was
said
on
that
board
there's a
and-
lot of things that are not being done in planning and zoning that should be.
I'm worried
Sure.
about.
And they just don't know, I think, that.
Well, you're not gonna have I mean, let's just face it, a board is not a full-time position, nor a 20, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm not, but, you know, it's not an employee doing the work. So that's what I'm saying, is that Tara sent me an email, because I work out with Tara, I know her very well.
Tara Damon,
Tara Damon, she follows everything.
make sure.
And she sent me an email with a lot of information from when she was there, because she has been following this, and trust me, I've had conversations with her about this, and I forwarded all that information on to Mandy.
Okay.
So yes.
I remember when she, Miss Damon was on the board, was working through all of some kind of maps. I don't remember what they were, but there were maps that were updated, because it was like a big deal that they hadn't been updated for a long time. And that board, Tara, Region 15, you say?
Region
worked-
15
was involved in
the
that?
map.
Okay.
I wasn't on
So-
the board back then.
I don't know that-
I don't know.
I don't know that,
Was you on board, Paul?
I think the board needs to have some of that responsibility too. I don't know that all that would fall on that position. It didn't previously fall on Judy. Can we, do you have the job descriptions? Can you? I'd just like to see it.
I
I guess my
don't know.
question, you've
We've
answered
got
my
quite a
question, I
bit to
appreciate it,
do.
it's just,
We'll
I
get back
missed
on
that
our
meeting.
plan here. We'll just solve.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Put
Financially,
that in the same
whenever
bucket with solid
we were
waste for now.
discussing this previously, there was a certain amount of money that was budgeted for that position.
That's correct.
Not that I would ever expect that because we don't make that as far as what.
What it brings
Brady's
in and
brought
from
in,
in, correct.
but it
Now, you
is
s-
added duties.
You make that statement, and he makes that statement, and I don't agree with it whatsoever because of the fact that the building permits don't bring in enough money to cover the position. What about the tax dollars it brings in? And nobody ever looks at that.
That's not even taken in consideration for
Exactly.
this position.
Exactly.
But you're right. I mean, all of the money that is being just left out there because
Right.
it's not being taken
Agreed.
care of properly. It's big. I'm sure it's big.
Sure
And, you
it
know, we,
I drive
If you-
past it every
if you
day
do
and
it-
say,
I agree with
permit.
you.
if you
Which
do
is
it,
a
you
even
issue
more
a
reason why
permit
you
today
would be good at that.
for a new house.
Mhm.
We will probably in November drive to that house and see if it's started, see where it's at, if it's in enough. If not, next spring, we'll go out and pick it up. It'll be on the tax roll for 26, pay 27. We just finished Clark. Last year, we put on 10 homes in Clark with building permits.
Right.
Averaged 500,000 assessed value per home.
Right.
10 of those. That will go on the tax roll for 24, pay 25.
Right.
We just finished going through Clark. So if we don't have those 10 permits issued, it's gonna be 4 years before we visit Clark again, be another year, so it'll be 5 years
Before it gets in the
before we
road.
lose.
But who's
Before
saying
that
that they
assessment
What's
want,
the difference
who's saying
in
we're not
where
gonna
it's
have
being
permits?
done, at the courthouse or
Yeah.
here?
It
Why is
doesn't
that
matter.
any different?
I'm not saying it's different, I'm saying
Oh,
we
you
need
just say
it.
what they.
Oh, we
need
do,
it
we
back.
do
Oh, I
need it,
agree.
we do need someone doing the permits. I don't
They
think
shouldn't
that
have
this
drug
is,
out there for a
I
year.
can't tell you how many houses are built without permits.
and I think you see them, and I
I
think
get
that's a
there
good thing,
and
that
I'm
you
like,
would be
You
out
have
like,
a
hey,
house, where's your permit? They're like,
Here's
what, I
your
need a
ticket.
permit? Yes, you need a
Yeah,
permit.
and Junie used to get the septic permits that she has issued. He would get copies of them and
Yep.
bring them to, and he would go look and see if they had a building permit. And if they didn't have a building permit, he'd bring them down to me and say, go get this house.
And I think that's even more reason why I think it's, if you're able to take on those duties, I think it's a good thing, because you are out and about seeing that. And if you see one, you can say, hey, here I am.
Those are
I don't know
connected
you.
to a septic, a new house structure.
No-
What
no
about the ones
disrespect.
that are
Or
not
anything, even just a
connected
barn
to-
without a septic, if you're driving out and you see it and you think,
But so
well,
now
they didn't.
she's policing that too.
No
But
disrespect
now
to
she's
Tara
She's policing.
or you,
right?
Kim, by no means.
She's not policing it, but if she's
But
out
I
and about and
think our
sees it, then
point
she
is-
could, yeah, absolutely. I
We're
would
gonna deal with
expect-
that later. We've gotta get back to this. No disrespect. You know,
I said it yesterday, I'll say it again.
we need to establish it. It just needs to be added to our job.
Whether it's Tara, whether it's in Chris's office, whether it's a part-time person in the planning and zoning office, we've got to have a person. And we're
Sure.
a year. Junie told everybody in September of last year he was retiring, December 31st, and here it is, September, and we still don't have that filled.
And the
Don't
permits have been taken care of for $0, not $14,000 or whatever, so you can say that you've missed out on people who didn't come get a permit, but what's gonna make them come get a permit if it's him? It does, I mean, if they're not gonna do it, they're gonna try to hide it, they're gonna try to hide it anyways. Unless you have someone full-time going out and inspecting and having the licenses and all those things, so.
Can we get back?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Let's go
Kim.
back.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you,
Thank you.
Kim.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we at?
Cambridge,
Which page?
Kim,
27.
there is a building and zoning meeting October 14th that'll be here,
Okay,
just if you want.
Consent.
right, thank you.
I mean, this one's small. Okay, 27.
2 and 3. Was there something else? Was there something about that? Or am I thinking something else?
No, he had something on the next.
Cambridge is fine.
Is it?
Yep,
I
it's,
didn't have any notes.
no notes on Cambridge.
It was Cambridge, wasn't it?
Cambridge is under budget 66,848.
Okay, so that was all right.
It's under budget 66,848. Which I know that they do a lot of moving and shaking.
Yeah.
When it comes to the community crossings grant, they're pulling out of local road and street, they're pulling out of Cambridge, so, just another thing, so you guys remember, Steve and Marilyn, we're super lucky to have them, as they are so seasoned, but they are super seasoned, and when we lose them, we are going to lose a lot, because there is a huge method to this madness.
So they didn't change this at all, did they?
Let me add one
Because it's
question
working.
to your knowledge.
Because it's
I should have, this question is really for Steve, but I'll ask you if you know whether or not he's
I know
replaced,
he's thinking about it, I
he's
just don't know.
replaced Jared and is training somebody. Do you know the answer to that? I don't either.
Jared has been replaced.
But is that his
I don't think that-
replacement being trained as Jared was
To replace.
To replace Steve?
to replace Steve?
I
He did not say that.
Okay, okay. I didn't mean that.
Okay,
So this
Never
didn't
mind.
change.
all good.
I'll find out, Lord.
It works.
We got one easy one.
Now we go to property reassessment.
Okay, so this is the one, we were going to cut, okay, remember?
Yeah, gotta
You
cut
said-
2,200.
So we were gonna,
So I
supplies.
suggested at that meeting to do the office supplies to 0 and travel to 1,300.
That's what you,
Okay, that takes care of the 22.
and this is the last year for the software contract of 35,400, so that's gonna be a big thing for next year.
yeah, that makes a big change, doesn't it? So
So,
that's that to, what's that take it to?
you
One
said
nineteen, 336?
I got, was it 1,300,
Is there a maintenance?
0 and 1,300, is that what you said?
What?
30.
Yes, yeah.
124,
Travel to
36.
1,300,
Yeah.
2,000 to 0. That should
124.36.
put you at 124.36.
124.36.
No, it should
So it goes
reduce
down.
it.
It does.
120,436.
Oh,
It's 122,000.
122.
you said 124, that's why.
She
you
said
like-
124.
No, I did, I said
I thought
120,
you said 120.
436.
120,436.
120,436. 120, comma, 436.
I think you said 124 and didn't mean it. And that's where he was like, it didn't go up.
120, 436. I guess my pause wasn't long enough.
Now, can I ask a question about that software? So the next year it pays it off.
Next year pays it off, and then in Q cap is the maintenance.
Okay. And how long is that, do you have like a lifespan on that? Like how long is that anticipated to, do you have any idea?
Well,
they'll
like
do
the maintenance,
updates
as
and
long as I
maintenance.
have the program.
Okay.
And
There's
then-
not anything new coming or you're not aware of anything?
Well, they
that's-
update it as we go along, and that maintenance fee includes all the software updates
Updates and all
and stuff like that. The only thing that we would have to, would be the actual computer itself. The
Yeah.
program, the
Okay.
maintenance pays for all the software updates, anything that's related to that, maintenance covers that.
Okay.
This was just to purchase it.
Okay.
So if you move that, that puts you guys under budget, $12 in reassessment.
That's good enough.
Because it's, you're only looking at the revenue to expenditures. So basically, you're not spending $12 of your estimated revenue, which we all know that our estimated revenue is cushioned on the caution side. So there you go.
Put that in cash.
So
There you go.
So reassessment's good.
Hume Capital Development.
Okay.
That's the one where I said we're budgeting more than what we had revenue coming
Let
in.
me pull my Form 4B, because that's one thing you gotta look at. So now for these funds now, we really need to make sure we're looking at the estimated revenue compared to the expenditures. So we're not cutting into cash because
but I also want to have that here, because currently, right now, in cum cap, we are estimated at the end of this year to have 68% of our estimated expenditures, and so that is including the overage, on reserves. So yes, if we spend that full amount, which I haven't pulled the spreadsheet up yet, we will be cutting into our cash balance. So we really don't want to do that for a sustainable, we want to reoccurring, yeah. So let me pull QCAP right here. So currently, right now, our estimated revenue is basic 265,976, and our expenditures are 315,538. Is that right?
Yeah.
We would end with if we spent that, we would still end with 68, but 68% of our estimated expenditures on reserve.
Go down.
But
It would go down from that, right? You said we were already at 68?
yes, it will go down. We're estimated to be at 68 at the end of this year. So yes, you're right. Sorry, I said that wrong. 68 the end of this year, so it'll go down.
Or we could cut that.
Because we're cutting into our cash, yes. So we need to kind of look to cut there, because
What's, this Ann Island 91,700, is that just that quarterly maintenance?
he sent, let me go to my Ant Island, because he sent me all of it. I think I broke it all down. Maybe I did.
Did you send it back? I don't think I got it.
Hold on a second. Do I have it?
I have it.
Okay, so
I was just thinking that was higher than.
WOW is 107,138 a
Yep.
year. Ann Island, the 9170 is for the IT services, all of our softwares, what we pay them, they're increasing it from what we pay them a quarter. And that's all, basically what we were paying before.
That doesn't include the servers, right? Isn't that just the maintenance? Or,
Well, we have to pay that, like for the firewall.
like
and
we
all
build
that.
in so many hours for them to.
That's what that is. And then XOP is 65,600, and the attendance on demand, the attendance software with Ann Island is 6,000 a year. So those
What does that
aren't,
What does that mean? Attendance software.
really?
Time clock.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about something else, sorry.
No, so
I
our,
thought that was
Because
the
we
name
did-
of something that you
no.
were telling me, I'm like, what?
they call it
I don't know.
attendance on demand. It's.
I don't know what it's called. I don't know.
So the,
It's called iWay.
Yeah.
Attendance, like, okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
our attendance software that we
What
put
is
into play.
attendance software?
Instead of paper, pencil, time cards
I
like
got
we were doing. So that's 6,000 a year. So those right there, unless you're gonna go negotiate contracts, you can't cut anything there.
That's what's cut off on our pages, that 6,000.
That's 6,000, sorry
Attendance.
guys, yeah.
It says something, I don't know what it says.
Yeah, so AOD 6,000.
I can call it time and attendance.
Time and
That's why.
attendance, sorry, time and attendance.
It's called iWay.
Highway cent.
Mhm. Write it down.
I should just put attendance software.
I thought you said attendance software, I'm like, what is that?
Attendance software. Now, you guys can do what you want, but as you guys know, we have 15,000 budgeted for courthouse maintenance, okay? We only have $3,200 left of that right now. I would like to see us be intentional and not have to, this really isn't intentional, this is just reporting is a little bit more clear, where if you say, how much are we spending on courthouse maintenance? How much are we spending on maintenance at the North Annex? I can pull a report
So
and
you
tell
broke
you.
those all out.
I wanted to break them all out. As you guys know, we
You
kind
said 15,000?
well, I did 10, 5, and 5 because, and you can drop those down to 2,500 and 2,500 and equal it out to 15, 5, 5, and 5. But I'm telling you right now, how much did we spend last year? I mean, yeah, you could break it down to 5, 5, and 5. But I just know that our courthouse maintenance right now is starting to increase, and there's some projects that
So we
have
shouldn't
been,
decrease it.
there's some projects that have been put off
Like bigger things?
Band-Aids, probably, yeah.
Because we have that 125,000.
So you guys
Or
can
bigger
go to
things.
5, 5, and 5 and cut 5,000 out of there, or 5.
I don't think.
Is this
Yeah.
for smaller things? This is
I don't
for-
think this is for the 125.
No, that's not.
No, I know. I mean, I'm just saying, she's talking about bigger things.
But you
And
know,
so the
in-
bigger things need to be
In
on that
reality,
bigger account, the capital.
the,
Well,
Capital edit.
the county highway garage should be involved in this too, because there's two agencies working out of that,
we
think-
didn't have
I
that.
think they take care of everything.
and it's not right.
They take care of everything out there, out of highway. But, I mean, that is county money, so it's not like
Yeah.
it's not paying for
Because
something
it's hard to
else.
track.
Sure.
You can't track, you're not able to track which side.
They have a line
walls is
item out.
going
It's
on.
easier for them because they just have one line item out there, building maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So they're paying for it out of highway fund,
We
but
pay
it's
for it
listed
anyway.
as building maintenance, so you know that all that is the highway. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
If you
still,
wanted
I
to break
think,
it down just to show what EMS's portion of it is, they can do that, but we're still gonna pay for it either way with the
I
operating.
understand, we're gonna pay for
But
it.
if you liked it to be broke down like that, I think we could.
Yeah.
I guess.
Hey, Chris, the form you just went to, did you call it the 4B?
4B, mhm.
Is that in this packet of ours?
Yep, the big packet
Yeah.
from, yeah. You got, you know that budget too that you gave me?
See, I'm looking at a budget 4B right now.
Um,
Is the label?
Is it in this thing?
No, it's in the.
Yep, right there. That's the 4B.
Right here? Oh, yep.
Yep.
So seven.
So,
Is this the form you're looking at?
yep. So like if you go to, this is general, reassessment, local income tax, animal shelter, highway, local road and streets, and bridge, health, income.
I thought you had read the percentage.
Oh, that is,
I saw it somewhere earlier.
it's a separate document. So you got that, and you got airport, and you got this, and you got that. That's your percentages.
So that's fair.
Yeah. So there's those.
Thank you.
Is this mine?
Yes.
Did I bring this with me?
I
Yes.
think you did.
Did I bring mine with me?
Yes, you did, yours is in here.
Okay, yeah. So. I just want to reiterate again, you guys had a lot of this, all of this information last year that I put together that you didn't pay 35,000 for. Just trying to tell you.
I don't know how many
My
times you're gonna
expectations are
make me
not met from,
make the statement that I.
I know, but
wish
after
you
last
could
year's
take my
budget,
motion back, but it's water under the bridge.
yeah, but that wasn't your expectation,
not
right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
not.
mine either. So I think when the bill comes, when you have that conversation,
Absolutely.
because
Yeah.
not what I was sold.
Yeah, they didn't sell us.
A draft.
We sold one thing and got another.
We got a draft,
Sure.
not even a final, so.
Not even a real good
Okay.
draft.
back on
Okay.
track, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
I want to go back to this Cume County development. When we're looking at this balance in this fund, this doesn't show that loan yet, does it? Being paid back on it.
No.
Because that should
On the
be,
big plan, okay, so here's the other thing too. So if you take, yes, thank you, David, thank you, because that's, on the new numbers, it will. So basically, your ending cash will be negative.
yeah,
Well, will be,
because we've always been spending what it's been receiving in here.
right.
We've been, that's why we.
We've
have
got
that loan.
161,000 in there right now. 200 has to go back to special legislation, which will go right back once we get fall settlement.
Did we borrow from that?
Not again, it's just
It's just
correcting.
the correction,
Okay,
remember?
I didn't know if it was this year or,
We borrow,
I
okay,
don't remember.
We did borrow again this year,
Yeah.
but not for that.
but not for QCAP, we borrowed for public safety, and I thought we borrowed the same, but we did not. When I looked back, we borrowed for public safety, which we adjust, just to tell you guys, we kind of adjusted things on QCAP, but that payment was done wrong, so yeah, so we've got to.
so 200 will come off this.
Mm-hmm. So if you take, so basically,
Only 200, but the 200 this year too.
no,
Not
just
in
two,
this fund.
just
Okay.
200.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, we kind of need to probably move some of this stuff. I forgot completely, David, about that.
So like this this balance would be like a negative six.
Yeah, so
Make sure I have that.
if we spend everything, yes, we'd be negative 60, right?
Right.
200, 145, 55, yeah. So. Yeah, that's ugly. But last year we spent, in 23, we spent 208. Last year, or for this year, we budgeted 250, 210. And we've only received 178, 538. But those were as of June 1st, the end of May. So.
I know this fund it's been really close for years. We talked about increasing it, which it would only added what, 20,000?
It wasn't much.
20,000.
Not what we need.
So
I feel like we have
do
this.
we need to pay some of this out of something else then?
Yes.
Yeah, move on.
Yes, we probably need to move. Lower
The only
this.
choice we got.
Yeah.
We have to move.
What, we have to cut somewhere else if we move it, if we've got room. Or,
We can have it in the negative.
no, we've got to move it. We can cut it today,
Do an addition.
cut it, and then we have to do the additional in March. Yeah. Yeah. But basically, you're looking
And
at.
how much, 60?
60.
Because we know what we're going to receive. What was the,
I got that back here.
it was a little more, I think it was a little more than,
About felt nothing. I fell on the booty. Is this what you're looking at, David? Looking for. I haven't broke this down yet. Is this what you're looking for?
I have that also.
Isn't that in here?
No, it's not on there.
Which one is that on? No, it's not.
It's listed on your, I thought it was putting it on your, on our, where our maximum levies are.
Oh,
Isn't it listed on there?
The spin, did you see that spin?
Yeah, oh, good.
Here it is, right here.
You need this?
Yeah, I got mine. What's that amount?
Yeah, here it is.
Is that what you want? Or you want this?
259, 760. No. That's right.
That's the estimated maximum levy.
Is it here? $259,
760.
760. Receipts for Cume Cap. Seeing on our receipts, it's got 241, 180. So what's that? Which is the difference, oh, that's the difference of the circuit breaker. So that's estimated miscellaneous, oh, no, that's the difference of the miscellaneous revenue. Well, 259. Property tax, 26, so our income with Cume Cap with the estimated max levy and the miscellaneous revenue is 265,976, which is the 241, 180, and 238, 269. And then you take off the circuit breaker. So your so that's right. So that adds up. So 265,976.
And last year it was 266,500.
Yeah. So we need to,
Oh, that's what we adopted, I mean.
so we need to get down, but remember that we've got that 200.
I knew that part. You, thank you.
Now I know where to go for that.
As long as you didn't change these. Okay.
So we gotta get down.
How much of an increase in contract?
Lao was 102, I remember that, so it went up 5.
So it's not,
Ann Island was 87.
okay.
Exoft is set. Oh, wait, I need it.
And then we didn't have the attendance.
We didn't have the attendance last year. The
It was the
attendance
first
is
year.
added.
6,000.
That's the maintenance.
But,
Didn't you
That's
say
still-
we could
that's
pay
all right.
that out somewhere else?
wait, I just remembered something. I need Mindy, because we budgeted 65.6
For Exxon,
for Exoft, and half is paid out of reassessment. I knew that, so we only need. Because we over budgeted, yes,
35.4 from property reassessment.
35,400.
Software.
I don't know why we budgeted 65.6, that's
So
not
you don't
exactly
need the whole?
half. I don't think we need the whole, I wanna make sure with her, because I noticed that last year.
so that's why that's up so much then.
That's why we had the
Because you got over it. It's still gonna be over, but
But I think we can drop that X off, because half is paid out of reassessment.
What's the total Exoff cost?
That's what I'm asking her. I need, well, I'm look, I can pull it and see if I got
I
it.
mean, this 65 might be the whole thing, right? Is that what you're saying?
65.6 is the whole amount. So 35.4 is not half.
no.
So that would only need, if it's 65.4 or 65.6,
35.
and she budgeted 35,400, we'd only need to budget 30,200. Mindy, am I right?
Oh, sorry.
Did I have the full Exoft amount in here? Didn't we notice this last year? That I had the full amount and half is paid out of reassessment, so it doesn't need to be that much?
The reassessment is for purchasing the software. CUMCAP is the maintenance.
So let me look real quick and see what
I
we paid
sent
them
you
last
the
year.
thing from Brian. I forwarded you the email from Brian saying it was gonna stay the same.
Is it 65,000 a year maintenance?
Pardon me?
Is the maintenance 65,000 a year?
I think so, because there's 3 programs within that one
Dang,
program,
I was thinking,
within that maintenance.
because last.
That's expensive.
I need to create software.
I need to know, 138.
Let's get on that.
Yeah, because,
36.
WOW does so much more, so it's a little more acceptable for it to be higher.
3650.
This is dealing for one office section.
She said there's 3 though.
Yeah, it's still-
Courthouse, 161.
It's a lot for maintenance. I would pay
Still
for this.
over $20,000
No,
per.
look at what we paid out, and
Every year.
123.
Yeah.
So last year, I guess I should look by vendor, shouldn't I, think? Exoft, we paid 30,200. And that's it, yep, so I am right,
Okay,
yeah.
so then,
So Exoft, let me go, yeah, let me,
Do you have a contract or
I'm
something?
gonna look at the email, you said you emailed that to me, right?
from Brian Booker.
So I
That
think
was
this has
probably
the
in
software and the
July,
maintenance
June,
in here.
July.
Good, we can cut it in half.
What?
I said this actually has the software and the maintenance in it, the
Yeah,
60,000.
That's, okay, so that's what I did. I knew that I
That's what it
budgeted
sounds
more.
like.
Okay,
Cause you said yours was what,
35,400.
34? And you said 32?
For the 3.
That's exactly what it is, 65,600.
65,600?
I knew that we budgeted too
Okay,
much.
well,
That's a good one.
30,000, so that
Okay.
means, that can be dropped to
There
30,200.
you go, you're welcome. You're welcome.
But I think you guys have been budgeting that.
Okay, thank you for
because-
that, Aaron.
I think it's been budgeted that way for a while.
So where
it's
did
like
we
a-
just have extra in there?
That's still,
That takes off 30, we don't have to pay.
I know, but I mean all the other years, like.
Then that cash, the appropriation just doesn't get spent, so the cash stays
I
in
just
there.
never noticed, like, oh, well, this is weird.
So that's probably why the cash balance. 'cause
What
we weren't-
stays in reassessment?
No, stays in
General.
QCAP.
Oh, QCAP, I mean.
So that's why, it's like, how are we getting this?
if you add that in, would your cash balance,
Oh.
would you be
No, we still have to cut 30 more.
I think it's in our cash balance.
It's in our cash balance. It stays in the cash
You gotta
balance.
cut about
Not
20.
30, 20.
Go back and cut about 20 out.
20,
There's still 15 over.
We drop it down to 30,000.
Remove.
Okay, just take all this
we-
maintenance out.
Remove it,
We're
not
gonna do
necessarily
next
cut it.
time. I mean, I'm cool with that, but we gotta move it somewhere else. I mean, you can't not pay maintenance.
What would you want to do?
You're gonna clean for free. No, just kidding.
Yeah, so that can
Um,
be dropped. Okay, where am I going? So
think
if we
the
take
maintenance-
X off and change it to,
Okay, let me look.
3,200.
so we're gonna subtract off. So it'll be 235. On the next, let me do it twice. 270438, 35,400. So your new amount's gonna be, in that line item is 235,038. You're changing the total in that
Oh, over
line
here,
item,
230.
not at the very
260.
bottom. Yeah, not that, whatever, what was it? Not, so you're changing 270,438 to 235,038, right here.
Where?
Software maintenance.
Software maintenance.
Okay, gotcha.
So it was, 235, you're gonna change that there. Cause in your notes, this is gonna go to 35.
You come up for 19,362.
We don't know, but you'll see that.
Yeah, 200, yeah, I remembered it last year.
19,362.
That's why.
Let's
It was
move.
like, how come we did that?
Attendance. Okay,
So what's the total then?
so that puts us at 280,138. And our estimated revenue is 265,
So that's not bad.
266. So we'll just do it, 266, 280.
We can find somewhere to put that courthouse maintenance.
So you're looking at 15,000.
We need to move all the maintenance.
Move all the maintenance.
That's 20,000.
And she increased it for like
I
15.
hate to say it, but I put it in courthouse general, but have them as separate line items. I know I don't want to add things to general, but where else are you gonna pay it out of?
Well, actually, that's where it needs to be.
Yeah, that's where
I
it
think-
needs to be.
And really, it
I
doesn't
move
really
all those
fit
to
King
courthouse.
Cat
It
anyway.
doesn't, it was like, we got this and we don't know where to put it. So it's like over here. I think put it back and
We
just,
pull them
put it
three
back
items,
over there.
pull them three items out, we're good shape.
Yeah, we just gotta move them to somewhere else. So we'll just move
And
them over
here-
But I
to
mean,
here's
general
the-
land.
We're
here's
dealing
the-
with this
here's-
page right now.
Here's the other thing. If you, okay, so if we, let's say we just still budgeted $15,000 and we divided it 10, 250, 250. That's keeping us at the same. So we're just moving 15,000. If we
25.
run,
2,500, but go ahead.
20, what did I say, 250? Yeah, 2,500, sorry. 2,500, 2,500, and 10,000. If we run short in north, we can pull appropriation out of, and we're over, we've got an abundance, instead of doing an additional appropriation, we can move those appropriations between those three, but at least we're keeping it, we still got 15,000 budgeted, but at least we're keeping it as to where it's being paid out of and how much has been spent at each building.
Exactly.
So
Move it back
I
over
would-
there.
We're gonna cut them
Those two.
three out then, David,
Wait a minute, can you do that?
because they're in the threes, because it's a three.
cut off, just do away
I
with
can move it
now
without
and go
even
back
coming to you
I
guys.
mean, can you move this over to?
courthouse maintenance
General, yeah,
somewhere
because
else.
right now we're over, remember?
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
that's gonna change us. That's
We're
gonna
just gonna
change
have
us.
more we have to cut
Yeah.
or whatever.
We're gonna change, but that's
From
gonna balance
117
out
to
this,
15,000.
that's gonna balance out this fund.
So we'll take these,
Not out of here.
Three,
Just do that
Three to
temporarily
zero.
and see what,
I think make all of them zero.
and then
zero,
and take them over there to that
Put them
courthouse.
somewhere else.
and then I'm going.
Are you okay with them going to that courthouse?
that takes us to 266,
And
138.
just doing 15,000 and not 20,
Well,
what she said.
We can always go back and revisit.
But just for right now, I mean, we have to go back through all that anyway.
Right.
We just don't wanna forget about it, so. Is that okay?
Mhm.
To move it over to that courthouse? For right now, 250, or 200, look what you did,
15,000.
2,500, 2,500 and 10,000.
Sometimes my brain works quicker than my mouth, and it just, so
Well, it is
2,500.
20,000.
Yeah, but she said we can cut it to 50.
Well, it is, if you cut it from 5,000, so I would leave
Oh, you're
courthouse
right.
at 10
And
and
2,500.
change the North Annex and South, Armory Annex and South Annex to 250,
Oh,
dang it,
okay.
2,500, then you're still at 15, so you're just moving 15 over.
So we're still gonna be short. I mean, we're still gonna have to cut something else, aren't we?
No,
It'll make this one even.
It makes
And
this
we'll just, it just adds to our debt over there.
it makes
We
this
have to cut
at
back to our
266, 138, and we're gonna receive, we are still a little bit.
1,000.
We are a little bit over yet.
No, because we're cutting
No,
20,000
we only
out.
need to cut,
We're cutting
hold
20.
on, let me see exactly where we're at.
So
15,000.
we're cutting them out of.
Okay, then we're totally
Capital
cutting it out.
development.
Yeah,
You just
totally
said,
cut.
Totally cutting them out and then move them to courthouse.
you were
Moving
just
them-
saying 15, cutting 15.
Well, no, add 15 over there instead of 20.
Oh, okay.
Add 15 over to.
Is that right?
Yes.
You cut this 20 out and just
Oh
make
my
it
God.
15 and move it over to the other courthouse.
Instead of adding 20, add 15 to
Okay,
to
gotcha.
courthouse.
10.
So that puts us at 257, 138, and our revenue is 265, 976. So let me copy this real quick, because we're gonna need to move this to courthouse. So I'm gonna put it,
And add it to
add
that.
it to the general, save. Alright,
So your 117,684 is now, add 15,000.
Okay, hold on.
What page is that?
Page 19. 19.
Oh,
Okay,
utilities, okay, so what is
so I'm gonna add it in here, so I'm gonna make these yellow, because I'm gonna need to remember.
building maintenance? Courthouse.
I don't come up with that. 257, I come to 260.
Here, let me check that again. Maybe my equations are off, but
I don't think it includes that last one, the website hosting and maintenance. Well, you're still okay, but
okay, so now let's address one animal at a time. So if I go back to Cume Cap Development, let me check it, David, make sure. So Cume Cap Development is 4 through 11. 4 through, oh, my equation didn't have the website hosted 3,000, because I didn't put that in. That's
Good catch.
260, 138. And then it's going to add 15,000 onto our
Page 19.
page 19, which adds that onto the general. So hold on one second, let me get there.
and we
Go
don't
back
need to
to
worry
our-
about, you're gonna put those in separate lines, but we don't need to worry about that here.
I will send that to you guys. I've got it on here that way. So if we go to Cume Cap, our total budget is 260, 138, is that right?
Right, 260, 138.
Okay, so that puts us good.
Mhm.
And then I need to go up to general and take the 77,451 minus 15,000. So that's gonna put us at 7,362,451.
What'd you do, 77,000?
Oh, I did, sorry, I was on the wrong one. The 69, sorry, 6,909,286 plus 15,000 is 6,924,286. 6,924,286.
And then our,
So that puts
That's
us,
what we have to cut.
we're at 132, 684.
Yeah.
132, 684.
Okay, one more thing.
Yes.
Page 19. 149,931 plus 15.
So I hadn't even done that yet. So
164, 931?
164.
I'm just saying, update it.
Right, so we have it,
I like the way that looks. billing was taking up 15 and dividing it out. So then I will set up an account line in the threes for the South Annex and Armory Annex, North, is this called the North Annex? I always say Armory. In the threes,
What's the south in it?
where the police station is.
ODMS building.
Okay, that's what I know it as.
Boom. Save.
That makes sense that those would be here anyway,
Yeah.
behind with
I think it does.
the utilities and.
I think it makes sense. Okay, so guess what?
Lunchtime?
It's only 11:30. You want to go for another half hour? Or you want to go 11:30, 12:30? I don't care.
Whatever
It's
you
your
want to do, I
house
thought that's what you were gonna say.
Let's get
I
through
didn't.
some of this stuff.
Go ahead.
We can go ahead.
call.
I just thought you were gonna tell us it was one.
I don't tell you
If
anything.
we're gonna start the list.
Oh, you do. Trust me. Wrong.
Special, okay.
You really wanna
Special
start that?
legislation, la, 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 la. All this has to be moved.
Yeah,
All this has to be moved based on the plan. And when, I was talking about this with the sheriff's office, I was like, okay, just put what you would pay out of here based off of the old, plan, and then we will address it with the council on where to move it from. So basically, you've got $75,000 that they're asking. The budget last year was $65,000. Looks like they increased repairs and building fixtures from $30,000 to $40,000. In 2023, it looks like you guys did additional appropriations on the repairs and building fixtures because $58,452 was expended. So you guys had to have done additionals on there in 23.
Is this for all buildings or one specific?
This
building?
is jail. I don't know.
Oh, this is just the
Just
jail,
jail.
okay.
It's just
But anything big like
Yeah, I
that can come out of that, whatever we're gonna call it.
the building.
Capital.
Yeah. Yeah, but
can you tell me what's been expended
Actually,
out of this year?
We have capital projects and we have a
Yeah.
larger maintenance.
like what the amount is that's been expended?
Because I thought it was more than 65.
Well, she said we did an additional, didn't we?
No, I'm talking about this year. I'm not talking about last year.
Well, we expended 200 out of there,
Oh, that was for
the
the
loan.
loan,
Mhm.
which needs to be paid back.
Which will be paid back. I mean, in a sense, I already paid the loan back. What it wasn't paid back was the correction from last year, because I paid this loan back from public safety. Okay, so let me just, in 2023, we did a loan for $100,000 from special legislation to CUNCAT, okay? That loan was attempted to be paid back in May of 23, but it was done backwards and it wasn't caught. So basically,
You got another one.
which basically means 200,000 total, which is transferred from special legislation to CUNCAT, okay?
Which-
So that needs to be fixed.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yes, and then this year, we did a loan for 200,000 from special legislation to public safety, because it was going to run short before that. That was paid back in July or June 25th of this year. So that's already been paid back. What hasn't been paid back is the 200,000 from CUNCAT to special legislation.
But somewhere I thought I saw where.
So
we
I
had-
think I know what,
We're
yeah,
gonna get nothing CUNCAT.
that's what we adjusted for here. We're good, that's what we did, that 60 would account for that. But basically, it's gonna pay that loan back and spend everything that we get.
We'll be back down to
Yeah.
zero.
Saying,
Um,
woo-hoo.
1114,
It's a couple years ago, though.
yeah.
That was
Okay,
the last time.
I saw somewhere where I thought it was 90,000 we paid
No,
out.
48,000.
I'm looking at a fund report, view balance by fund.
At 39.
I mean, was there something big?
What's that water? Remember?
48,000,
Let me know,
What
view
year
balance
was
by
that?
fund.
About 2 years ago,
22, I think.
2 years ago.
But we were not, it was 21 or 22 because it was before we got, no.
Okay. So David, I think what you're seeing is some receipt corrections. Because we have, if you take, we have receipted in 580, 782, and we have expended 820, 435. I'll run a report on that, but, let me see if I can see, let me do a ledger report. Ledger on 1114, expenditures. Next. All right, so out of maintenance, which is 1114, this jail maintenance, detention center maintenance, they have expended $29,843.63. In repairs and building fixtures, they have expended, appropriation is 30, they've expended $29,918.17. Furniture and fixtures, which this is May Electric. This is a 50,000. This is, do you remember when they did the lighting over in the jail? LED lighting, that was paid out. So that's extra because that should have been paid in 2023
How come it wasn't?
because it didn't get the bill.
So that's the difference then.
Yeah.
So that's why we're in excess of the
Yes.
65,000.
Yes, we never got the bill, Randy Cole never got the bill, and so then that was discovered that was paid out in February.
Which we were to pay it out there.
Yeah,
But
it
this
was to be paid out.
in 23.
So that's the difference, yep,
The courthouse,
the 200,000.
the courthouse LED come out of ARP, correct?
correct, but the jails came out of special legislation.
Okay.
Yep,
Now-
so there's that.
While we're talking about this, I want to know, where did the supplemental local income tax distribution for special purpose of 380,782, where was that receipted at? To me, it should have went into that local income tax special legislation, but it doesn't look like it's in there.
How much is it, 380?
380,000.
383, 669 or something like that?
I have, here's showing 387,82.
Let me look real quick.
387.
This is as of, this is the
Well, I had to go
actual.
somewhere.
Yeah, I had it gone somewhere. I think.
That was our final distribution, right? On
I
that.
don't think we'll get that again.
I mean,
That
that
was
seems
the
to be
last-
the
I
final
think
one.
that-
We thought last year's was the last one, and then we got one
That
this
was a
year.
supplemental, right?
Yeah, we got like that much last year, almost.
Let me look real quick.
Yeah, but that ended
It's paid in
January
arrears.
1, 2023, so
Right.
this will be it.
Yeah, I don't know how many years they've paid in arrears, I
That
think
was-
it's two.
That was it, it's not.
Right.
What is gonna be it, it is it.
We don't know. I mean,
Oh,
if
you could still get another one.
Possibly.
possibly, do
I
I
wouldn't, I wouldn't,
expecting.
I wouldn't think so if you paid it off
The
January 1st,
380
I don't know, it depends
Okay.
on how long they're paying it in
So the
arrears.
380
Has
was
nothing to do with
received
it
in.
at all.
I mean,
Oh,
It's how
Could be
long
2
they pay
years.
back in arrears.
David, it was received in.
Where at?
May 31st, 1114, 00900, 380,782. 1114, which is special legislation.
387, 080.
380,000, comma.
Was it taken back out?
782. Let me go look at the expenditure and see if it was taken back out.
What's that kind of?
See, that when you're looking at these kind of reports, you can't look at both. So let me go back and look at this
I
and
think it's
see if,
taken back out.
I wonder why.
I don't know. That's what I was trying to.
Where'd it
figure
go?
out.
That's all I'm saying.
We'll see, we'll figure out.
General land.
Expenditures,
Hold on.
next.
She had 380,000.
782.
Wow, I'm getting it. Whoa. 380,782. But yours was 387,082. That was just an
No,
estimate.
it's just 782.
It was taken back out that exact same day.
It's 387.82. It was in and out.
Yeah, it isn't in and out.
So where did it go?
Let me look.
You can look at it later. It's just something I knew it didn't look right.
Yeah, because we, you know.
Because the balance is not right, is how I know that.
Yep, it's off by the 200 and that.
And that 380.
Yeah.
So 580.
Yeah.
Almost.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the 200, but I don't know the 380.
Pull that special legislation, but
Do you see where it came back
then
out?
scan and email me.
Yeah, it came back out. I don't know where it went.
That's the paying for the jail.
It had to be, I mean, I'd have to search through so many accounts to see. And I mean, I'm gonna go to general in the time
That's
frame
right.
of May.
What he said is right.
We think it might be the last, maybe it's not the last,
And I
that'd be good.
explained it, and then the bells went off.
Yeah.
I figured it out.
But David's saying we might get another one, we
But
don't
David,
know.
if you look at the last years, didn't they, well, no, that's the supplemental.
Supplemental,
It's 380, 6-month payment or just?
No, that's just, see, we're not reimbursed at actually what people pay in taxes
Right.
year to
That's
year. So
leftovers.
it's in arrears. And then once it goes over a certain amount, what is it, like, I don't know, 15% or something that they had in their
Have to
balance,
pay you.
they have to pay it out. But I can't imagine this, I mean, I don't know how many years they pay in arrears. I don't know.
We can call and ask them.
But this has been 2 years, because we paid that off in 2022. So then we collected it
Effective
again in
January
2023, and we collected again in 2024 as a supplemental. Now, we didn't collect the tax anymore. That ended in January 1 of 23. The actual tax, no one
I
paid
guess they can
anymore.
keep saying it.
Yeah,
Well, it's owed to us, I mean,
I know, just keep sending it.
but I don't think you're gonna keep seeing that.
I don't either. It's not being paid in.
Actually, this was unexpected, right? You didn't expect it to come.
Well, no, we expected to get some more. I just didn't know how much it would be.
And how long we be.
And actually, we still collected this after we paid it off in August. We still collected
Through December.
through December. And then we also, then now we're collecting the supplemental for now 2 years in a row, you know, but we could get a little yet, maybe, but I don't think it'd be much. Maybe we'll get another 380. I don't think so. That'd be an unexpected.
all right, you guys can move on to the
Yeah.
time frame when it came out.
Yeah.
I'm just doing a May 31st. I was looking through general because I mean, I don't know where else.
Would
to
you-
went.
I mean, just look at all the behind, like only when the time it came in, can you do that?
Where
I did
it
May 1st to
and
May
left
1st to
1.5
Is that when it came
June
in May?
1st.
in the jail,
It had to have been
what kind
broken
of
down
interest would that?
somewhere because we had a
1.5
receipt
million
on, well, no,
Where we could pay stuff like
201,722.
this.
I'm having her pull that.
Well,
That
it's
receipt.
on $1 million.
Kim, Kim Flash, we got a receipt. Probably
It
right.
might be Hero if you
She
find
doesn't-
$280,000.
Yeah. Can we make the move to move that 1.5 million
We
back?
better
to
move
jail?
it back out of general land.
It's where it should be.
I don't know.
We shouldn't have pulled it off.
It actually should be in the highway. Well, it's there for the jail
Okay.
too. I mean, that's for the jail.
Magic general land.
It should stay.
If you think of the values of your
All right,
building.
so where are you guys gonna move the 75,000? I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you talk about that. See if you guys can solve that problem by.
Without you.
Huh?
I don't know if we can solve it without you.
Yeah, I can.
Let's see. Commissary. I'm for the floor.
Well, I think it needs to be reduced back to last year.
65.
So you're only talking about 65,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing I do.
One thing that's worrisome there is, you know, actually, if something big comes up in buildings, repair building and fixtures.
It or-
First off, the fixtures shouldn't be in that bad shape. Of course, that involves a lot of
If
things.
it's something
If
significant,
it's something big, then
we
you,
have that on account of it,
Needs to come out of that.
oh, yeah, absolutely.
not just little things,
Like what
like
did he have the other, not too long ago, he had something that went.
water softener,
Yeah.
$48,000. That's
Now,
a
that
big,
water softener, we're
See,
talking
something like that would, I know, but something like that would come out.
Yeah, it should have come out of,
Yeah,
would have come out.
Well, we didn't have it
Right.
then, but yeah.
and I don't know what they
Yeah,
have
some of the
there.
kitchen go out too, didn't
Yeah, dishwasher.
Yeah.
It was 20-something thousand. You know, that's
To me,
not
those big
piddly stuff. That's,
items
yeah,
come out
that's
bad.
more of a like a capital.
they?
Because those should have some sort of life on them, like it, I would think at least 10
I'm-
years.
It
And
would
we're-
be interesting if something hadn't big come out of this year's.
I'm thinking we called around, the dishwasher went out, called like the
Oh, I
Don
know.
Spring with the hospital. He said, because they use 24/7 like his, he said about 10 to 12 years, I was to get out, something like that.
But we're putting aside 125,000 for those type bigger
That
things.
jail.
We're putting aside 125, we have 250 now.
We're funding out of that, too.
But not little things.
No.
This can't be little piddly stuff.
No.
It has to be something big.
Okay,
I mean, that's something else that needs to be maybe put in writing is that
Over a certain
it
amount.
has to be over,
20,000 or whatever it is. Whatever it is.
I'm not sure it shouldn't be, reasonable, because it's still gonna have to be voted on. 7,500 or something, because it does put a strain on these, because we cut these budgets down. And then like Steve out at the county highway garage, the $5,000 heating and air conditioning unit, which, they say he should, normally would just take that in on his budget and shouldn't,
okay, there's 65,000 here, so we need to zero this out. Or I took it to 65. First of all, I was gonna take it to 65, then back to last year's.
I think so too.
I agree. Now, where do you wanna go with it?
Riverboat.
It's a jail, but we're
So she
probably
put
gonna
it
be
in
over.
lit, so it's not in general, it's in lit jail operations. So the 380, 782 was put into 112 jail operations, so that's in lit. So that just needs to be moved, which I haven't looked at it yet. So it comes with just so you guys know, it comes as lit, lit, it comes with your lit dollars. So instead of putting it in special legislation, she put it in lit jail operations. Mhm. So that's where it is. So we'll
Well,
move
it
that.
used to be that.
Yeah.
But then after
Yes.
July 1st, it can't.
Yes, so it just needs to be moved from 1112 to that,
back
to
to,
special
11,
legislation. to 1114. So it needs to be moved from
so
1114.
there's gonna be 380,000 in this account?
No,
No,
In the capital project.
yeah, it will be in special legislation, the cash value.
But not the.
Not on your
You
book
can't
here.
use it for that. The intention is.
I had
for
already been
capital
asked
projects.
about this, I got asked
it has
about it
nothing
last
to do with.
I got asked about it last week and I hadn't had a chance to dive into it, but basically it was receipted into lit jail operations
Instead of
fund
lit.
1112 instead of lit special legislation.
Right.
Which is, that's where it used to go,
That's right.
but
So
I
where's it
think
at today?
in lit jail operations.
But it can't be there because the statute. says it
She'll
can't
have
be
to
there.
move it to 1114.
It's
Yeah.
there, but it's just in the wrong one.
Yeah.
It has really.
It was receipted like it used to be receipted, not how like it has to be receipted now,
As of July 1st.
as of July 1st.
Did you get it passed?
No, because technically it does not need to, because it was in May 31st, and that didn't go into effect till July. That's what we talked about last week. I just remember
Because of
that.
what?
Oh, because that legislation didn't change till
Didn't
July
change till
1st.
July.
If you got it in May, then.
So technically, no, it doesn't have to. That's what we talked about last week when we looked at it. Just our talk, not looked at it deeply.
Did we go into the special legislation? Why wouldn't
It used to
She
go.
got it in May and that didn't take effect till July 1st.
No, it never went into jail. It already went into special legislation.
But it went into jail operations.
It should follow wherever you were getting your monthly.
It used to not go into that special, it used to go into the jail operations.
And why was it always in that fund? That fund it's always showed it in there.
A portion of each month. I don't think it went into there every time. Did it? I mean, I'll have to look.
Yeah.
I didn't look at years past.
Did you transfer it out?
She did the lit, or did that just the same as it had always been done years before.
Well, the special legislation always went into this, just into the one.
But then it got moved. There was a fund that was for jail operations. And then it went there. And jail operations used to have its own fund. If you guys remember,
I thought we
493.
were ever going to.
So there used to be a fund before last year, if you guys, well, before 2024, there was a jail operations fund that you guys had in your budget book. And if you look at last year's budget book, I believe the fund was 4932. It's a 49 number, I believe. And Baker Tilly was like, your lit dollars need to go into your lit fund 1112 and then move out afterwards because we weren't getting a good picture on our lit revenue and then be distributed. And then she said that, or you just create an account line in your lit 1112 and pay directly out of lit where you see your expenditures and your expenditures and your revenue all coming into your lit fund and expending from your lit fund. Look at your budget books from last year, which I
That
can
was fund 4927.
27, I was close, I know it was a 4927, and that's where that money went.
How much is it?
In which one?
That 497.
Well, that 4927, so.
It can still.
I don't understand because this is always a separate item.
She's saying it went into there and then they transferred it out to jail operations, is that right?
Because you seen where it went in, you saw where it got received in,
No, that's, you said that this year.
but I'm
In
the
the past, it wasn't done that way.
380s, yes, it did, it went in and then it went out to and I can run a history on that jail operations fund. So it went in and then it went out to jail operations.
I thought it was always in 1114. I never see it going out.
No.
Well, wouldn't that balance then not show, reflect that, 1114? Would it be off then? I'm not following that, but
Off from what? Off from what you think it should be, or off, I
No.
mean,
what it was actually showing on, when you would run a report, it was actually always in there.
I don't think it was ever looked at until reality. I don't think you guys totaled that up.
I always knew it because I knew what was in it whenever we paid off the bonds.
Well, you can get into Lao and you can look at the history and
Okay.
see all that, but it's literally, and it goes in, then it went to jail operations. Let me pull
in there?
I'm pulling it up for some reason.
And is
I
that
got
okay
Lao.
since they received it in May and that legislation changed it until July 1st?
What fund is that? 4927? Yeah. Okay, so when I talked to,
Or does that mean July 1st we have to stop using that money for that?
okay.
We need to clarify
When
that.
I talked to the jail last year, because you guys had budgeted these items, if you guys look at your 1112, your lit, that jail portion used to be a separate fund, 4927, okay? And then I told, so in January of 2024, we stopped pulling that money out of 1112, not 1114, 1112, when we get our monthly lit, we used to pull it out of 1112 and put it in 4927. And Baker Tilly advised us to not do that starting in January, pay it directly out. So your 2023 expenditures have been paid out of 4927, which there is still a cash balance of $50,659.95.
4927 is jail maintenance.
Jail operations, yeah, or jail
Yeah,
operations. So technically, that fund is no longer receiving anything, like there's been nothing received in it anymore. So that money could be transferred to lit 1112 jail operations line item. Does that make sense? But
I just want to make sure,
But there has to be
because we got it in May. Does that mean all of that can be spent under the old rules or as of July 1st? Do we need to take that money that's still in there and make it go towards, I don't know.
well, if you guys recall, in the State Board of Accounts exit meeting, they're telling you that money, that balance, as of whenever you paid that bond off, should have been moved to
jail operations anyway. They told us that in the state board of accounts, we had to write it. They told us about that.
Number 3. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's big number 3. Okay, so,
I made some mistake. It's fine.
sorry. But, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's the correct answer about that, getting it in May and then what happens when July 1st hits? Does it automatically, that money is now, you can only use it for this, or because you received it in under this, it can still be spent out under that?
There's a lot to address with that
We
still,
need to
because we still gotta, a lot of that's gonna come.
Next year.
No,
Think
with
about
our
it over lunch,
thing, with
anybody?
our,
I mean, we do need to know
Think
that,
about it over lunch.
because we're still spending out of it, if we're not supposed to.
Or we'll do it.
We don't want to be a finding next year.
no, because we don't need it. So, do you wanna think about where you are, put your 65,000 over lunch, or you think, do you know, I mean,
I'm thinking auditor's office.
hey. We'll pay it out flat book
Okay.
during that time.
South. I'm kidding, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Kidding, look at
If you had
I'm kidding, I mean,
57 in
Make
that,
sure you,
if you had that 57 in that one
I
fund,
know better.
that 57,000 that you had in,
in,
what was it?
4927,
That would take care of part of it.
What is it? Yeah. If we can do that.
so pay it out of lit. 1112,
What account did you say there's 50?
If you think we're
I was
out
talking
of
about-
4927,
Okay, can we use that
That's what I was
4927?
just for
For
1 year
this?
though,
I know,
Well,
just
I
for
know,
1
but
year.
we're-
Absolutely. Then that would zero that out, I mean, you're gonna run a little short, 15,000 short,
Yeah, we can get that.
but adjust-
15,000 is easier to find than 60.
but you
Okay,
actually,
no furniture.
that would take,
There's fine.
yeah, that would,
No fixtures.
yeah, you just move that budget to 4927 for this year, and then next year you guys will have to figure out where the 16, then it'll have to be paid out of lit, because that's where all of it's going. And we've got some corrections to do between special legislation
Kelly.
and lit.
I might need it, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, almost.
Here, I got another one.
No, I don't care. This thing, I'm loading, it's a reference. Listen, I have kids. Little ones.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Thank you.
that's what I was asking.
Hmm?
Not 1112. I was asking that to delete that 50.
Deplete the 4927.
Right.
I think that's the best thing, and we don't,
As
I
long
mean,
as
something's gotta be
we're allowed
done
to
with
do it.
that.
I know it's
Which
still-
honestly, once we finish this year's budget, because I was going to, because there's only been expenditures out of that receipt, I was gonna come to you guys and have that transferred to lit, because we no longer pay any expenditures out, or pay any expenditures out of there. So paying it out of 4927, or moving the money from 4927 to 1112 and paying it out of 1112 is no different. You basically have all of your expenditures out of 1112 from 24 going forward with all the receipts. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So I would pay it out, I would move the money at the end of 2023 or 2024, because there's not been any receipts, so then everything from their 2023 budget will be expended. The balance as of the end of 2023, move that to 1112, and then pay your 65 out of 1112
You're saying 23 or 24.
for 25.
But
Okay,
you
so
said end of 23.
24, end of 24, sorry. They're 23 budget, did I say 23?
Mhm.
So the end of this year, because there's expenditure still being paid out of that, because you budgeted with that fund last year, but there's no receipts, so it's just kind of been depleting the cash balance. All of the receipts that were going in that account are going into lit, 1112, jail operations location, okay? So all of your expenditures from going
Not
forward,
as of July 1st.
So the
No.
1114s will be gone, and they'll all move to 1112s.
yes.
From July 1st on.
Mhm. Yes.
It's a great idea, let's zero
That's
it
what it
out.
changed. So
Move to the
we just
next
need to make
page,
sure
go
any new
once,
money for
whatever.
sure is not.
But we've been paying stuff out of there because it was budgeted off of
I
20
know.
to
I'm just not
2024 budget.
Okay or not.
Huh? When you guys made that change, you should have changed your budgets because you appropriated money to be paid out of
It
that.
might be okay, but I don't know.
I think it'll be-
Zeros on it.
Yeah, it's fine. You appropriated that money. You just changed that,
And I'm wondering if it's as of that day forward or
but as,
includes whatever you have left.
in the sense of things, there's money in 1114 that shouldn't be there, so it should be funded, it should be in 1112 anyway. So we'll get all that figured out, but I say move your special legislation expenses to 1112. And then I will come to you guys in December with a transfer from the remaining cash in 4927 there. There's my,
So we'll just zero
Just
this
ask
out.
in the meantime.
huh?
I mean, do that, but then ask.
Ask, yeah.
You know, just, I'm just curious how that's supposed to be.
I will, yeah, I'll ask for sure. So we're gonna do a 0 there. 0, 0, 0.
Who'd you ask, Lori?
Ricky. Lori. Lori,
Stacy?
Stacy or Ricky.
And will you be moving 75,000 or 65,000?
65.
65.
Control C. So let me go to lit real quick. Lit jail.
Will you put it under jail or will you put it under the same detention center? Just have a new location.
Detention center. We'll probably do a new location, detention center. And lit. Has all that lit stuff. So,
Do you name these when you do it?
label the accounts.
Yeah.
Or what,
The
funds.
fund, yeah.
So you're taking that.
You
we're
can't
taking it
modify.
to-
Some of them are like.
I can modify, I have modified some that don't make sense, because we had a
Because of the
huge,
history, you don't want to do it.
yeah, we had a huge screw up though with, settlement, because we had fees and forfeitures, it was mislabeled. We
So
fixed
are you taking that to page 40, or were you talking about taking that
56.
there?
56.
Oh,
Oh, I got a lot of notes there.
Yeah, you'll go to page 56. Under, we'll have to add a,
Under jail.
we can do it, or what? I would just do it under jail, not add another account, yeah, we'll just do it under jail. Sure.
We got maintenance contracts
I was
everywhere.
gonna say, you've already got some of them.
Geez,
You're just gonna add to.
Add
Might
to
as well.
jail, yeah.
I mean, there's already maintenance contracts.
Well, this is just gonna add the insert. This was just basic. Maintenance contracts, we need to talk to them about, we'll need to talk to them, okay, what's these contracts for 21,600 and what are these contracts for 30? To make sure, because didn't he say that, we talked about that? Because if you guys see, there's no expenditures in 2024.
Is that right?
it's because it wasn't being paid out of this fund.
It wasn't being paid out of that fund, we
It
were
was
paying
being
everything
paid out
out.
4797.
Yeah.
4927, 4927, trying to get that balance down.
Does this have a balance?
Lit, oh yeah. But this is another one of those things where I have
Break
to
them down.
manually break everything down because you've got a big pot of 1112, which is lit dollars, but some of it's county commissioners, some of it's jail and highway, like highway, every month I balance with, I have to do a balance on this, a fund, because she needs to make sure her cash balance in lit matches mine, and I can't just pull a report because it's all one big pot. And that's just one thing that, this is a huge project to undertake, and you can't fix all of them at once.
No.
So,
Security.
that's an edit.
So we're just gonna add 65,000 to this page 56 then?
Huh?
Add 65,000 to this page 56?
Under which line item?
Oh, she might, are you gonna create a new line item? Or-
I'm just gonna put it under jail, jail location, and if you guys see up there, do you guys see on there where it says, prior was Fund 4927, per Baker Tilly needs to be Fund 1112, so that's where that.
Add
Are you-
65,000.
What line item are you gonna go to with it? Or does it matter? Are you gonna create another line item? So it's like-
I'll keep the same account numbers. So maintenance contracts is 31201, so
you
basically.
just increase that one.
So you have to increase that, and then we'll add repairs, account 36100, repairs, building and fixtures,
And then
and
44701.
So if we want to, go ahead and go up there and increase the 31201 maintenance contracts to 51600 being requested. And then that will take that out.
What was the rest? Fixtures?
Repairs, building and fixtures, you guys were
Oh,
gonna
look
do
at that maintenance supply stuff. Oh, it's like paper.
janitorial,
We changed that to 30,000.
yeah, 30,000. Delete though, then, E8 through E14 will be the new total. So that's the new total there. Control C.
We're missing 5,000.
Okay, so then, yeah. Okay, so I got those in there, so I'm gonna turn those yellow, so I know that I gotta add those. I mean, that was a huge
You only added 60.
65.
Where's the other 5?
Furniture and fixtures.
Oh, you just made one. You just made a new line.
She made 2 new.
I made 2 new lines because we have the repairs, building and fixtures for 30,000, and then the furniture and fixtures for 5,000, which I really want to look into those statutes on like what's the difference between those two? What's the difference between repair, building and fixtures and furniture and fixtures? I just haven't looked at that yet.
So that brings that to 1278023.
If you keep everything the same.
Oh, that's true.
We haven't went over that one yet.
But as of right now, that's what we'll deal with when we get there.
Yep.
1278023.
So that finishes out special legislation, and then, yeah. And then the next one, clerk's record perpetuation, we don't have to do anything with that, you guys already did that.
Right.
But, I wanted to put, with Baker Tilly, we had to put all of our funds in the report. So, but there's nothing, so then, or no, actually clerks you do, records you don't. Clerks record perpetuation you do, record, or recorders. you don't.
Recorders, that normally wasn't in here.
No, but with Baker Tilly doing the full thing, and the records perpetuation is in our Form 4B,
Yeah.
so
So why wouldn't you have it in here?
that's what I thought, but you don't have to, I guess she said that based on her state statute or her code, that it doesn't, you guys don't have to be appropriated.
Yeah.
Yes, but I just wanted to include all of it in here, cause it's all in our Form 4B, all of the funds in our Form 4B are in the budget book. But you guys have already done that, everything
Part of
with
that
her.
first reading, we included that, but this doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yep. It's just being transparent, right?
Information.
Just information. It's no big deal. You guys already crossed that T and dotted that I.
So that's recorders.
Yeah, do you guys want to, when do you want to break for lunch? It's 10 after.
Right 9 minutes ago.
You want to be back at 1?
Yeah.
You got a lot to do in 2 days.
Yeah, we'll adjourn
I'll be back at
till
1.
1 for lunch.
1:15.
I need a motion for
You want a
that.
motion? I'll make it.
Back by Stan, second by Keith, all in favor of adjourning for, come back at 1 for lunch.
Try the
See what I say now.
I go.
Very 6-0. Did you get that, Lisa?
Did you get all that? There's
I get the blood circulating.
Huh?
I get the blood circulating.
Oh,